Armand, Andre said, don't have me stop pounding on this motherfucker's ass in a minute. This is crazy. I'm not getting this at all. I got special skills. Hope your kids die from thirst. I can see this stuff on TV, but not like this. If you remember the story, it sounded right. Nothing you're saying.
It was January 2nd, 2017, and what started as a day of New Year's celebration took a sudden turn when a brutal attack left Marine Andre Brown clinging to life in his own doorway. Andre's girlfriend, Helen Frazier, is in the kitchen, busy preparing a meal to celebrate the new year with her boyfriend and her family. But the couple's plans are cut short when Helen hears a strange commotion in the next room. She steps out of the kitchen to find Andre lying unresponsive on the floor.
What a weirdo.
And he isn't breathing. In a panic, she calls 911, and the
Absolutely
operator walks her
not.
through CPR to save his life. It's then that she notices something is very wrong and pulls back his jacket, revealing red flowing from a stab wound in his chest. Police arrive within minutes, and Andre is transported by ambulance to a nearby hospital. By all accounts, 55-year-old Andre Brown is well liked. He's a veteran, specifically a Marine, and he's known in his friend group as someone who goes above and beyond for people he cares about. Little did he know his trademark kindness and generosity might cost him more than he could ever imagine. Though Helen is reeling after the incident, she sits down with police to help them make sense of the vicious attack. The following footage has mostly never been seen before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
I was thinking about what happened at your home this afternoon with Andre. What's your relationship?
He's my, and he says I'm his wife, but fiance, whatever, but
okay. How long have you been together?
I've known him for like 10 years, but we've actually lived together since October.
You said you've known him for 10 years. Was it a friendship that time? Were you romantic that whole time?
No, it was actually just, it was a friendship, but like a deep friendship, but not wise and nothing like that.
Okay. And then how did it become more of a husband-wife relationship? Just
see him here and there or something, like on the bus, when I'm going to work or something like that, and he's going to work,
Helen explains that their bond became romantic in October of the previous year. They reconnected through Andre's uncle Tyrone, who was also a friend of Helen's, and sparks flew. Shortly after, Helen and Andre began living together. According to Helen, she and Andre were gearing up for a belated New Year celebration. Andre asked her to cook, and she was preparing all their favorite foods before they headed to her son's house to spend the evening with family.
Somebody knocked at the door.
Okay.
According to Helen, Andre answered the door and was greeted by a familiar face.
And I heard somebody talking, and it was Milton. Milton, he's someone that he's been knowing. I've known him like about 15 years myself, like that. But that's his, they used to live like in the Y.
Milton and Andre had? Okay.
Yes. And he said they were best friends.
According to Helen, Milton and Andre both faced homelessness and had been in and out of the shelter system together. Last year, Andre had been able to use his veterans benefits to help secure the home he and Helen now live in. And recently, Helen says, Andre helped Milton out by letting him crash at their place for a week.
Okay, this is like, oh my gosh, the last time Milton was over there, it's probably about 4 weeks ago or something like that. Yes, ma'am.
Just to kind of be a friend.
Yes, ma'am. He owed him some money for the state because what he told him, he gave him his word. He would give him something because he didn't ask, because Andre would not ask, he give you his heart if he can,
They're friends.
Yeah.
But allegedly, Milton was still hard up for cash in the meantime. so he asked Andre for a small loan to tide him over until he got more money.
Well, he never came back. He never paid him that.
It's then, Helen says, that Milton vanished into thin air. And over time, Andre grew a bit resentful. Helen was also bothered by the situation, as she said her favorite winter coat had mysteriously disappeared around the time that Milton had been there. It wasn't until the week prior to the attack on Andre that the couple heard from Milton again. Andre had suddenly spotted him at the bus stop, but Milton apparently ducked away, and the couple thought it might be to avoid paying him back. While Helen said Andre wasn't thrilled with this, he decided to let it go, at least for the time being, while police might begin to suspect that they have a cut-and-dry case about money on their hands. They have no idea the crazy twists and turns that they will soon uncover, as nothing about this case is quite as it seems.
And so it was surprising that he showed up in the door today. He was surprising, is that right?
We know we really weren't.
Okay. Did you pick up from the conversation you were overhearing while you're busy doing the kitchen stuff? What Milton wanted, why he was there?
Because he came by, he said, say Happy New Year's. They were talking to President, it escalated.
Okay, so
He said, well, you owe me $8, okay? Okay, then he left with my girl's coat, okay?
Right.
And he was like, what you talking about? And I hate to cuss, I really do.
No, but that's what I want to hear for real.
Okay. And he was like, yeah, he said, so it's not even about that, but it's just the principle of it.
Right.
Okay?
Like a trust thing.
Right. And they stepped outside, they was talking, they came back in, and it like calmed down,
Okay.
and stuff. So I just went back to doing what I was doing, right?
Where were you at?
Because I was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen.
Yes,
Okay.
I was in the kitchen and stuff. And then I heard like at the top, and I turned, and then I heard the door like slam. And I looked, and Andre was laying on his back. And I was like, Andre, and he was just laying back like this, and his eyes, nothing was moving, and his mouth was open.
Yeah.
And I just called. I got the phone and I called 911. And I said, so what am I supposed to do? And I'm a certified nurse's aide.
Okay.
Okay, but I panicked.
Sure.
So I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? They said, just pump, they tell you, to do this or whatever on his chest or whatever. They just like breathe in his mouth. And I said, but he's not doing anything. No, he's not breathing. They said, put your face down there. No, there's nothing coming out. Nothing.
Helen was horrified to discover that Andre wasn't breathing, and he had what appeared
I
to
don't
be a
think
stab
so.
wound on the upper right side of his chest. But she tells
I think it's
police that
stabbed.
she continued CPR until authorities arrived a few minutes later.
So asking, what is he okay? Is he all right or what? And it was like, she was telling me, she said, well, I don't know. But somebody's got to know something.
First responders continued Helen's life-saving measures, but Andre was being raced to the hospital. Police couldn't offer her much information about his prognosis just yet.
Anybody else outside the house today? Just you and your
No, ma'am, that was it.
Okay.
Police asked Helen to describe what Milton was wearing that morning, and it's seared in her memory. A black jacket, blue jeans, and black tennis shoes. When the detectives step out of the room briefly, the reality of the situation is crushing for Helen.
I think it'll be fine.
Man, you guys, tell me something. Let me know something about it.
If it's not fine, you just call off.
Something else you can tell us that we should know that I didn't ask you?
I'll just say what I can tell you all, because I'm like, have you already anything about my actor?
Oh, we have. I'm sorry to tell you, honey.
No, he didn't.
That's why we're taking it serious. I'm not lying. I wouldn't lie, no. That's why we're asking all these questions to find Johnson. This is really...
Don't do this, please.
In this moment, Helen isn't just faced with the horrific news of the death of her boyfriend. Her home is now
What are
an
you
active
doing?
crime scene, so she'll
Oh,
also
no.
need to scramble to find a place to
The
stay
struggle.
that night. Police offer Helen a phone to reach out to loved ones, and she delivers the difficult news to family
sorry.
and friends.
Drink a Gatorade.
Mother, Andre died. He did it, brother. He died. Wow.
No, drink it.
This is crazy. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this at all. You see this stuff on TV, but not like this. Oh, I need you, mother.
Police do their best to comfort Helen, but they know the biggest comfort they can offer is justice for Andre. So, armed with a name and a description, police launch a manhunt for Milton Leake. Helen tells detectives that a group of mutual friends who know Milton often hang out outside a nearby shelter. But the weather in Des Moines is bitterly cold that day, leaving few people to point detectives in the right direction. For now, they spread word at local shelters, bus stations, and businesses, showing Milton's photo and asking people to contact them if he's spotted. And the next day, their efforts pay off. Milton is found at a local shelter, and police jump at the opportunity to interview him.
Yeah.
As Milton's story unfolds, the detectives hear a very different account of the previous day.
Well, I want to talk about what you were up to yesterday. Kind of mention.
Nothing.
Can you
Stayed
kind
in bed.
okay, kind of run through your day. Can you start maybe in the
Stayed in
morning?
bed. At the hotel, Village Inn, all day long. Except for when I went out and got me a ramen noodle, and then at 12 o'clock, my money came on my card. I went over to Casey's and got me a slice of pizza and a Dr. Pepper.
How long you been staying at the Village Inn?
5 days.
5 days.
While Milton's repeated interruptions of the detective could be signs of his nerves getting to him and a red flag for possible deception, it could also simply be his baseline when interacting with police.
Did you check in under your name?
Yes, I did.
Before you stayed at Village Inn, where were you staying?
Down at the shelter.
Why'd you leave there?
Because I got paid and I didn't want to stay there no more. Sleeping in chairs.
Yeah.
You can only have one chair. You can't have two chairs. Uncomfortable. People messing with your property and stuff.
As police dig further into Milton's situation, they learn that he's no stranger to the criminal justice system.
You said you've been homeless the last year.
Yeah.
What caused that situation?
Well, I said I didn't disclose that I had a criminal record 23 years ago.
Oh.
Back in Wisconsin.
Your job, you mean?
No.
Oh.
I was on low income.
Okay.
Through,
and then they dropped you from that?
yeah, through Hub.
Okay.
Down in Fairway. And I was there 2 years before they did some kind of international check or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that Hub don't allow nobody with felonies.
Oh, so then they got dropped in extra housing. Okay. I want to talk to you about some sort of a friend of yours, Andre Brown.
Oh, I heard about that.
Okay. What'd you hear?
I just seen on the news that somebody got stabbed over there.
Who's somebody?
I don't know exactly who. I read it in the paper this morning at the library that a 55-year-old man got stabbed. I don't know.
At this point, local news hadn't reported who was stabbed, only the area that the murder took place.
So why did you know it was Andre that got stabbed?
Because I remember that address, 1925. That's, well, it had in the newspaper 925, but yeah. And then I seen the house, because I know the house got that little X thing and got to go up on the side porch.
Okay, I can picture of the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Milton's response piqued detectives' curiosity. Did he know more than he was revealing, or had he simply made an assumption? For now, they move on.
Tell me about Andre.
He's a nice fella.
Is he a friend of yours?
Well, yeah, we used to live together down at the YMCA when I first got here. He was veteran, so they put him up in the house in a little cottage. I stayed over there a couple of nights, a couple of times.
While his story aligns with Helen's so far, it would soon take a sharp turn.
Did he live by himself?
Well, at that time, he was going through a thing. He had 2 different girls, but
Oh, yeah.
you know, he put one out and got another one. She was just as bad as the other one, so they went through a thing.
Just before Helen and Andre had become official, Milton explains that Andre had ended another relationship and asked his ex-girlfriend to move out of his home. And according to Milton, this breakup caused a bit of tension between Andre and Helen at first. Helen doesn't deny this with authorities. She even tells them that there was some early tension in her relationship when Andre's former flame needed to pick up some of her belongings. But she also says that their issues are largely in the past, and they're very happy together. They're even discussing a wedding. In Milton's interview, the first discrepancy between his and Helen's story emerges.
Have you stopped by there even to say hi to Andre or anything
No,
since that time?
I haven't been back there since.
Okay. Have you seen him at Dartmouth recently, or when maybe the last time you even caught a glimpse
Hi,
of him?
Evelyn. How are you?
Last time I caught a glimpse of him, I think I seen him and Spooky Juice getting off of the bus going
Spooky
to
Juice.
Walmart.
That's a
And
cool
they was
nickname.
drunk and talking crazy, so I just left him alone.
According to Milton, Andre was with his uncle Tyrone, also known as Spooky Juice. Detectives would later discover that Milton is leaving out a key piece of this story.
Did you guys ever
Spooky Juice.
lend each other money or anything like that? Would you guys ever help each other out
Watching
in
you
that way?
stream for 10 minutes.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna follow
I thought
you.
that
Well,
somebody
thank you
wanted-
for the
You lend
follow.
him some money?
Yeah.
Did he ever pay you back?
It took a while, but he paid me back. He paid me back.
Did he ever loan you money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you pay him back?
Yeah.
When
Thank
was
you
the
so
last time
much.
that,
I
he
hope
loaned
you're
you
having
money?
a good day.
That was a long time ago.
For detectives, Milton's story seems shifty, and with an eyewitness account of his whereabouts, things aren't looking good for him. Even so, they give him an opportunity to establish an alibi.
Yesterday when you were at Village Inn, do you ever check in or talk to like the people at the desk or anything? Do they know you there? I guess.
Oh, yeah, they know me real good.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
stayed there several times,
Yeah.
it sounds like. Did you talk to the desk person or anything?
How's your
the other
stream
day?
going? It's going
No.
well.
No. And the reason I'm asking is 'cause I want you to be honest with me today.
No, I am. I ain't talk to nobody.
We're not quite there yet, but I think we can be. Okay. I knew you had a decent relationship with Andre. Okay, and I know that you guys had some kind of interaction yesterday at some point, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
No, we didn't.
Okay. And it's not a coincidence that we're trying to look for you. It's not a, there's, obviously I'm not gonna go into these
Okay.
things. I have some information already. Okay, I'm prepared. I kind of know what happened before I talk to the next person, and you're kind of just another piece in the puzzle. Okay,
Okay.
all right. And so I need to know what happened between you and Andre yesterday because there was some kind of interaction, and you're the only one that can tell me that.
There was no interaction between me.
How long have you been streaming?
I'm just as sure as you sitting right there and I
Today
sit here.
or
I've never seen Andre yesterday.
in general?
It's not true,
What you mean it ain't true?
and it's not true because we have people that just saw you.
Yeah, apparently today I've
Ain't
been
nobody
streaming
seen
for
me there.
19 minutes. And then I've been streaming just this past week, but I started streaming back in like 2020 during the pandemic and then got busy with work again and yeah, so I thought I'd try it out again.
Yes. Isn't it true that he loaned you just a couple bucks and you owed him a few bucks?
No.
No?
After detectives put on the pressure and asked Milton about money, the detail he left out about the bus stop interaction surfaces.
Can I ask you something?
If anything,
I guess so.
anything, he probably said that I owe him because I stayed over there. He wants the money from that.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh. What do you want from you?
He just wanted me. I don't know what he wanted.
Did he tell you what he wanted?
No, he just said, "Where's my money at?"
When did he tell you that?
The day that I seen him getting off the bus with Spooky Juice.
Okay, that month
Spooky
ago.
juice.
Yeah.
He wanted your money from you staying there?
Well, I don't know what he wanted it for.
That's kind
But
of the
yeah,
question anyway. Like he felt that you
Right.
owed him because he was nice enough just to let you. When you thought he was doing it out the kindness of your
well,
heart.
at the time he said I could stay over there. I don't have to pay him nothing because I did have money then. And I said, let me pay you, man. No, man, you just keep your money. You just keep your money.
Okay.
And then a couple after he let that other lady stay in there a couple times, I don't know what they talked about, but anyway, one day he came over. I seen him downtown. He said, "Where my money?"
Why
at?"
didn't you try
Mhm.
some
I'm like,
artwork yet?
"Wait a
What do you
minute, said
mean?
I didn't have to give you nothing when I had some money.
Right.
Now you wanna embezzle me or something?"
I wouldn't understand because he was pissed
Like
off. He
panels
put it
on
in his
my
mind that you owed
channel
money.
or
Just
something?
like you just said. Okay, that makes sense to me. That's something that makes sense to me. Okay? Like he's playing a game with you almost. Sounds
Actually,
like,
I do
oh, we're
artwork
cool,
for
bro. Like
streamers.
you
I'd love
don't
to
owe me
work
any
for
money.
you.
And
Would
then
you like to
last time
see
you
some
see
of my
him,
recent
he
artwork?
thinks you owe
I
him.
mean, you
And you're
can
like, what
post,
the?
if you want to
It's either
join my
one or the
Discord,
other.
you
For
can
me, that would piss
definitely
me off because
post
Well, it
artwork
don't piss me
in
off.
there.
All I do is just walk away.
But
you want
I'm
me to
not
be
looking
straight with
for
you and be
anybody
a
to make
friend,
artwork
but
for
then
my
all of a sudden
channel
you want
because I
something from
actually
me
do
and you
my
said, oh, I
own
don't need you. It's cool or whatever.
digital
Okay.
art as well.
Now, I think that there might be something to that. I think that maybe he was still pissed off at you. I think
I
that
don't know.
maybe when you talked to him yesterday.
I just haven't
I
gotten
didn't talk
around
to him
to
yesterday.
finishing
nothing.
everything.
Call Village Inn.
Can I get your
Call Village
Discord?
Inn.
I can call
Yeah.
Village Inn, but if you're in your bed all day, what are they
Oh,
going to say?
Kix
No,
put it
I'm
in
not
the
pulling
chat.
motor drive. I'm not lying to you, okay? I'm
You
really
ain't
not.
lying to me.
No, I'm not.
You lying to me?
It's interesting to note that his concern is not how he's coming across, but more about the fact that he's being accused of a terrible crime. This type of reaction would be more consistent with a person who isn't guilty.
I was going to
wasn't there,
say
lady.
that would
Okay.
mean
Can
that
you get
he
that?
wasn't
No, I
guilty.
can't because that's not the truth.
Why not? What are you telling me then? Now I'm a liar to my
Well,
face?
right now you are. Where to have you identified?
Who?
You are identified as being at the house yesterday. What were you wearing yesterday? Do you remember?
What I
Shit.
got on now?
Same exact stuff.
Yes.
Okay, same series, everything.
Yep.
At this point, Milton's clothes are key for investigators. And today, as seen here, before his interview started, Milton arrived wearing a dark coat, just as Helen had described.
They were talking to President and escalated. Okay, so he said, well, you owe me $8, okay? Okay, then you left with my girl's coat, okay?
To keep Milton talking, detectives switch up their approach.
It wasn't me.
Instead of confrontational questions and statements, they try questions that hint his actions may be justified.
What was his frame of mind?
I don't know. What
Was
was
he
it?
coming at you
I don't know.
aggressive?
What?
Did he think you owed him money still? Was he pissed off about that? That's
Maybe,
relevant
I
to me.
don't know.
That was something that I can work with.
I'm not going to tell you something I don't know.
You think that we just magically pulled your name out of a hat?
I don't know. I don't think so, but you probably got my fingerprints or somewhere over there, or like she said, somebody said that I was there, but didn't nobody see me there. Not physically. Mister,
Come on, man. I mean,
no, you come on.
we're not going to come in here
Hey,
and just throw
I've
this stuff
sent you a
around if we don't
request.
have proof of
Did
it.
you join
got my fingerprints
the
from a
Discord?
long
You can
time
just
ago.
post it in there.
Oh, I
In
can
the
tell you
general
right now, we
chat.
don't have any fingerprints yet.
And I'll see
I'll
it.
give you that clue. We don't
I
have
don't-
one.
I don't
So no, we
understand.
didn't get it from fingerprints. But let me ask you this, Milton. So do you walk around during the day sometimes, like especially in the summer? Do you walk around outside a fair amount of time?
Yeah.
Okay. Occasionally you might go through a residential neighborhood where there's houses.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you notice those cameras are popping up a lot more on houses. Have you noticed that?
Not really. I ain't paid that much attention to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I can
know,
tell you as a
I just know
detective
some people got.
that is
Yeah.
very, very helpful to us.
But I know.
I
Some,
mean, that's one of the best things that's come along besides DNA.
yeah, I know
one of
some
the
people
best
got
things,
security like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that we get videotape right away. It's there. It's right there.
The detectives are beginning an interrogation tactic known as planting seeds of doubt.
I
If
was
someone is
watching
guilty and they hear that there is other evidence
something
they
else
may
where
not
they
have
just said the
considered,
same
this
thing
tactic will make
to
them
someone
extremely
else
nervous. But on the
about
other
the
hand,
doorbell
if someone is
cameras.
innocent, they'll feel confident that there's no evidence that can implicate them. However, these detectives' execution of the tactic is a bit sloppy, as it should be delivered with more unwavering confidence.
We don't have to wait for fingerprints to come back and DNA to come back.
Police all but say it. They have video footage of Milton on the day of the murder, and they didn't know it yet, but such video footage would become the foundation of their entire case. In the meantime, Milton's already limited patience is wearing ever thinner.
Here's what I want you to think about, Milton.
I'm not
Just
thinking
when
about Jack.
you saying that you're not even there
Who
makes
that?
us feel like, what the hell's going on there?
Yeah, you
weren't
tell
there.
me what the hell's going
I thought
on.
we could just have a conversation. Yeah, I was there and then I
Yeah,
started
don't try to
left.
put that psychological stuff
I'm
on
not
me.
trying to.
Arrest me or let me go.
I
You got
like this
72
guy.
hours.
You're talking TV talk, right?
This is
Too much TV stuff.
No, that ain't TV talk.
It is TV talk. Okay.
The 72 hours Milton is referring to is related to the U.S. constitutional right to a speedy trial, which includes filing charges after an arrest within a reasonable amount of time. But the Constitution doesn't spell out what reasonable means, so it's up to the states to decide how long police can hold someone in jail without charges. Often charges are filed within 72 hours of arrest, but there's no hard and fast rule. While the detective clearly thinks that Milton's misunderstanding is funny, this is a very poor way to maintain rapport, and laughing at him and mocking him will only damage it further.
Yeah, she looks
They
like
aren't
a
following
bitch.
normal interview procedures and haven't done much to develop rapport with him before this point either. The detectives back off, shifting their focus to Milton's version of events that day, hoping he'll drop some new details they can use. And he does exactly that.
Not even my girl. We broke up New Year's Eve, so that's why I didn't
This
know.
year?
Yeah.
So just 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Huh?
Who's your girl? Or your ex-girl?
Ex-girl.
Oh,
Well, she's no longer talk about it. That's something else. She don't know nothing about Dre or nothing like that.
No, what's her name?
You don't even know her name. She's innocent. She ain't got nothing to do with this.
Red flags go up when Milton refuses to share the name of his recent ex-girlfriend. Could she have incriminating information about Milton that he's not keen on sharing?
I asked you earlier if this girl that you broke, or this girl that you had just 2
And I
days
said she
ago.
don't know nothing about my personal business.
Yes. And I said, how do you know that? Because it's your personal business between you and Andre, whatever happened to Andre.
No, that
That's
ain't,
exactly what you
that
said.
ain't what I said.
It most certainly is.
Man, you trying to put words in my mouth. You know with this.
I am not. Milton, this is recorded. We can watch all this back.
You're getting me frustrated now.
Why?
I've been
Hi,
trying to be nice
Riley.
to you.
How are
You know
you?
what I'm saying? And
I'm
why
doing
you
good.
always-
Frustrated.
Because you up here trying to put words in my mouth and try to make me look like
Yes,
I
sir.
did something to
Yes,
Dre.
sir.
Milton is clearly flustered and frustrated. He's doing his best to stick to his story as the detectives continually try to confuse him and poke holes in it.
I ain't do nothing to Dre. I love Dre. You understand that? I would never do nothing to Dre. Physically or mentally.
Doing amazing. Thanks. Glad
Because
to
me
hear
and him
that.
knew each
That's
other. We
awesome.
understood each other. Yeah, we talked about each other like that.
You
But
can
that's
actually
all.
type and chat now.
You ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, you ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, we talked like that. But we squashed that shit.
Milton's frustration reaches a new level, giving way to some strange
Yeah.
behavior.
I ain't gonna never take nobody's life. For nothing. Not a penny, not a dime, not a different woman, nothing. And I got skills to do that. But I don't go
Got
around
skills.
doing that.
You got skills to take people's life?
Yeah,
What kind of skills you got to take people's life?
I got special skills.
What are those special skills?
Special.
Those
I know it only takes 60 pounds of pressure to break a bone.
What's this?
Yeah, I got all
It's
kinds of
it's just interrogation footage of a, I guess, a murder case. It's Explore With Us channel.
knowledge about doing that. I don't do that.
They think this
I'm
guy
68
killed
years old.
this other guy
I ain't got time
that
to
he
go
was
around
friends
here
with,
trying to
and
prove myself to nobody.
the guy who died, his
But I ain't gonna
girlfriend,
let
is
nobody
accusing
push
this
you
guy.
I would hope that you wouldn't
Yeah.
prove yourself.
Right. I don't walk around here all tough with my chest all blowed out, my head blown up. I ain't out here to hurt nobody. I'm just out here to survive.
Yeah, it's
carry any weapons for
No.
just like
self-defense?
true crime
Fucking A.
videos.
No,
Nothing.
no,
I like this
No,
guy though.
never have in the past.
no.
Any kind of guns?
Yeah,
Okay. What'd you carry?
it's loaded now.
What are you talking about?
My mind is loaded. full
He's
of
funny.
bullets.
I'm talking about a gun.
I'm talking about knowledge. I'm talking about power.
You ever carried a real
Yeah,
gun?
no. Yeah, I'm done too. Y'all gonna buy me dinner or something?
Milton's unusual comments don't do him any favors with police, and neither do his comments when they leave the room.
Boy, may you rest in peace, Andre. Man, come on. I'm hungry. We can throw this out.
Oh no.
Man, come on with this dummy. Okay, hey, do something. Quit fucking with me. You gotta find out what you know. You fucking on that. Don't see that? There's nothing to worry about. We got, I ain't do about thing. Y'all working yourself up for nothing. Think you want food. Let's be clean. You put me in any way you put me. So you falsified information. That's what you do. Planting information. You know, you can't plant. I don't think y'all gonna build a case on this. Y'all just trying to solve it on the side. You say y'all ain't solving it with me. I ain't the one. I don't mind.
What's up, Mad Spank?
I wouldn't even
How are you today?
somebody. Yeah, I knew you were there. Please. You don't know Jackson. You can't prove nothing. You just think we be dependent on a homeless man. You crazy. $25 million lawsuit. No. $125 million. I'm gonna sue us.
It was a great day. That's good to hear. What did you do today?
Somebody come back here. Y'all getting me pissed off now. This is embarrassing me like this.
Despite his protests, Milton is placed in custody, and his clothes are taken as evidence.
Hope your kids die from thirst.
Police let Helen know as soon as they've made an arrest, and she's instantly relieved to hear of his apprehension. With Helen's eyewitness testimony, the
That's really
detectives are
funny.
confident they've got their man, but they want their case to be bulletproof, so they don't stop there. While the detectives do find a record of Milton staying at the Village Inn on the day of the murder, no one can account for his whereabouts.
Milton claims to have been sleeping in the inn. Staff cleaned Milton's room, did not see him in there. Time of murder, 2:50 p.m. Damn, they were there from 9:30 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. Why did it take him so long?
According to cleaning staff, they don't recall actually seeing him that morning, despite having cleaned his room sometime between 9:30 a.m. and 12:15 p.m. Authorities also get a lucky break when they chat with a few acquaintances of Milton's. According to police reports, one friend reported that when she saw Milton on the day of the crime, he seemed off. She recalls that he wasn't his usual happy-go-lucky self. Another acquaintance revealed that at one point Milton had a long-term girlfriend named Sandy, and police immediately suspect this is the mysterious ex-girlfriend. Once they track her down, they ask Sandy to map out her history with Milton. And when Sandy arrives at the station, her adrenaline and anxiety are surging. Police allow her daughter to join them in hopes of keeping her calm and getting as much information as possible.
What was the first thing you felt when they came?
I saw them. I said, "Oh my God!"
Like, what wouldn't you feel?
I was ready.
You can't breathe too fast. Look. No, like this.
Sandy's nerves are on edge as she struggles to come to grips with the idea that Milton may be involved in a terrible crime.
Look, watch me.
After Sandy's daughter gives the detectives the room, police ease into their interview with a few background questions.
How did you meet Malcolm?
Oh,
At a church?
Soon, Sandy volunteers that their relationship recently ended. Unlike Milton, however, she's forthcoming with the reasons why. After 10 years, Sandy felt their connection was dwindling. She didn't see Milton as often as she liked, and she suspected that he was shielding her from the realities of his life.
Because I used to ask him, why you never bring me down in your friends? He said, because it's my business, and they don't even know my business.
Thank you,
I said,
bub.
okay. And
he didn't tell you about what was really
he
going on.
didn't tell me nothing.
But in spite of everything, Sandy said she and Milton
Yeah,
were
it's
usually
showing
able
it's
to work out
showing
their
it
differences,
all of
and violent
its
behavior seemed
working
beyond his
on Streamlabs.
capacities.
He was a good guy.
That's good.
That's why I'm so still in shock. Like my nerves. He never done that like this in 2 years.
When police spoke with Anita,
Thank
Sandy's
you.
daughter, she echoed the same sentiments.
Did you ever see him get really angry or violent ever in the past?
No.
Yeah, nobody else said
He was
anything.
biological to me. Even though not biologically, he was like my father, so he played that role really well.
And Anita admits things have been different recently.
But since he lost his apartment, everything changed.
Yeah.
Detectives begin requesting CCTV footage from the locations Milton shared with them, including the Cash Saver store and the pizza restaurant. In the meantime, detectives meet with Helen, Andre's girlfriend, again to make sure they don't miss any useful details about Andre's last hours. And as it turns out, Helen had forgotten a few things in her first account, like Andre running to the store for a 6-pack of beer and a second visitor to their home that day.
And he went to the store.
He did? Yes.
Okay.
Store.
You didn't go?
No, I went later, him and I, to Family Dollar,
Okay.
and then he came back.
What store did he go to?
He went to the quick trip.
Okay. You just walked there, or how did you get there?
He walked.
Knowing that Andre walked to the quick trip down the street is a win for detectives. There are several local businesses surrounding the gas station, so CCTV footage may help them establish a clear timeline in their case against Milton. But as the days pass, the likelihood of that footage being erased only grows, so the detectives must act fast. And in the chaos of that morning, Helen also forgot to mention what happened when Andre came back from the store. While she was in another room preparing for the festivities, there was an earlier knock at their front door, and it wasn't Milton.
Dang it.
Helen tells police that Andre answers the door and heads upstairs with another man. After a while, Andre comes to the kitchen to grab a drink, but something wasn't quite right.
Yeah, I asked him who was it. That's what I asked him. But he didn't tell me. He said it's just a friend. He got another beer. And gave me a kiss. Yes. And then somebody knocked at the door.
Once again, Helen recalls the event she heard in the next room just before discovering right.
Yeah, I asked him who was it. That's what I asked him. But he didn't tell me. He said it's just a friend. He got another beer. And gave me a kiss. Yes. And then somebody knocked at the door.
Once again, Helen recalls the event she heard in the next room just before discovering Andre unconscious. But this time, she shares two critical new details.
I heard like the door closed, but I heard something like a loud noise, like a thump or something like that. But I heard now that I think that the back is like I heard the door closed twice, like right behind each other, like it open, close, open, and close again, so I don't know if there's a person that came downstairs as well that was up there with him. I'm not sure. And then I said, Andre, man, on the floor. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I called Mom. I said, Mom, Andre is laying right here because I hadn't seen anything. He had his jacket on. He started shouting up. I said, Mother, what should I do? She said, oh, you need to call 911. And I know I should have anyway. And stuff like that. I called my mother instead. And then I hung up the phone. And then I called 911.
Helen's behavior has changed noticeably. Previously, she was more animated. However, now her nonverbal behavior is scarce. The information that slipped Helen's mind during the first interview is essential. The mystery visitor and the timing of his exit mean police may have another witness, or even an accomplice. Helen's phone call to her mother, Evelyn, could also provide new insights, so authorities make a note to reach out to her. It's possible that Evelyn remembers details that
I
Helen
don't know.
doesn't,
That's weird.
like a comment or a background noise.
So a few things have changed since we last spoke.
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't you tell us about this person?
Because I wasn't thinking at the time.
While Helen's omissions seem odd at first glance, her trouble recalling details may be in part due to the trauma she experienced. It's also possible that the event briefly slipped her mind, as she was likely focused on Andre's prognosis during the last interview. As detectives continue building their case, they request cell phone records for the 3 phones kept in the house: Andre's, Helen's, and another phone belonging to Andre's
It has
niece.
audio on my end.
Authorities also turn to
On mobile.
DNA in hopes of sealing Milton's
That's
fate.
not the Twitch app.
At this point, several
Or,
kitchen
I mean,
knives
it's
found
not
at the
like
scene are undergoing processing at a lab.
overall
Perhaps
issue.
one of them could be the murder weapon. When reviewing crime scene photos, detectives note a strange lack of blood in the home. Except for a few spots here and there isn't much to be found. Considering how much blood was on Andre's clothes, authorities find this detail surprising. Helen
Someone
willingly
cleaned up
provides
the crime
detectives with a DNA
scene.
sample to help rule her out. DNA is also collected from Andre's body, and samples are obtained from Milton as he awaits his fate in jail. Police know Helen spoke to her mother, Evelyn, briefly before calling 911, but they've been unable to reach her.
Would your mom answer your phone if you called her right now?
Yes.
Would she be willing to talk to Detective Garcia?
I sure will.
Once Evelyn is on the phone, however, her story leaves authorities more puzzled than ever.
We wanted to talk to you because you were on the phone with your daughter, Helen, around the time that this happened. Isn't that true? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I would like you to tell me in your own words your recollection of what you overheard or what was going on or what Helen was telling you about what was going on. Okay, so I'm trying to regroup back then, yeah. Something was going on. I think it seemed like it's from my observation in the background, I think Helen was cooking or something. And it seemed like someone came to the house or something. I can't really get it together.
Got it. Was connecting to my daughter's speaker. Dang.
Before you hung up on your conversation, did she tell you that
It happens.
Andre was hurt at all? Did she mention anything like that?
Oh no, she was listening to true crime. At least there wasn't anything bad, I don't think. Or hopefully she wasn't in there.
It seems odd that Helen wouldn't have provided any details to her mother. Even if Helen didn't
I
yet
don't
see
think it said
Andre's
anything.
blood-soaked clothes, she saw him lying in the doorway, not breathing or moving. The detectives aren't sure why Evelyn's answers are so vague. Perhaps she can't remember or
My
she
kids
doesn't
are
understand the
sad.
questions.
Yeah,
Or
I
maybe
mean,
she's
they're
intentionally
teenagers. They
leaving
probably
out
watch their own
information.
true crime videos.
Well, you wouldn't tell her to call 911 unless you knew something serious. So what did she actually tell you? Not just something. What did she tell you? As far as like, when she got hurt or something like that, or something happened. So she didn't tell you anything was wrong other than he might be hurt. That's all the most you knew. Not that he just maybe stubbed his toe or anything. It could have been. I mean, how did you know it was serious enough to call 911? Confused. And you're her confidant, you're her best friend, as she calls it. So you would know, she would be the one to
Straight
tell
A
you what
students and
happened that
shit on
day.
their
And
teachers.
that's why I'm
I
calling
love
you, but
them.
I feel like I'm not getting any kind of detail.
Detectives go in circles with Evelyn for several more minutes
Oh
before
no,
calling
I
it
have to
quits.
sneeze.
Even though their conversation with Evelyn doesn't reveal any new information directly, they have a strange feeling about the way questions were answered. Evelyn's cluster of behaviors seemingly point toward deception. She frequently uses filler words in her responses like as well as unsure language like I don't know and I think. She also seems to stall as she answers, perhaps buying time to think of what to say next. Sensing something is amiss, authorities walk Helen back through the day of Andre's death in case any new information surfaces. And as they've come to expect, there are indeed more details to be found.
When you heard the knock on the door the second time,
Yes.
did you hear a voice at that time?
Yes, I did.
Whose voice was it?
They sound like Milton to me.
Did you ever see Milton with your own eyes that day?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
How were you able to provide a description of his clothing the first time you talked to him?
That's because I saw a coat. I didn't see his face or nothing, but I saw his coat and stuff because it was right by the door.
I'm confused.
Helen cups her head in her hands nervously as she explains her rationale. This is generally a self-soothing action. Pressure or rubbing will help soothe the anxiety.
Okay, you know, I said this motion. I just felt like it was motion.
How sure?
I really didn't see.
How sure are you that was Roman's voice? 50-50?
Yeah, something, yes.
50-50, 75-25, 100%?
50, it sounded like him.
Sound like him.
Yes.
And the coat looked like the coat that you'd seen him in previously?
Yes.
Helen's response here is increasingly unclear. Instead of providing firm yes or no responses, she seems to agree with whatever answer the detective offers. By now, authorities know that something important is missing from Helen's story. But what they can't know is that this is just the beginning of a truly bizarre and complicated story.
You're leaving a lot of stuff out. Okay? You make a lot of assumptions. There are holes all over that story. All over it. We need to stop. We need to hit the reset button. We need to start over. Who's this guy upstairs?
I'm not sure.
Is there really a person upstairs?
Yes, sir. It was.
Really?
Yes, it was. Yes, sir. Yes, it was. Well,
Because you heard a door shut, then a door shut.
Yes, I did.
I mean, back to back.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so he was there. This guy saw it.
Helen's hands are often not
This
visible.
guy for
as she's
sure.
using the
I could
table
hear
as a
my
barrier
daughter
between
getting
herself
pissed because I
and
was
the
connecting to her
detectives.
speaker.
Using a barrier such as the table allows an individual to keep distance between themselves and the investigators, regardless of actual physical distance.
Right?
I'm not sure.
Because what you're telling us, I don't believe it for a second. Maybe parts of it, but not very much of it.
What happened?
Him and the guy, just the other guy, but he's got a big family and stuff, so I'm together. Just.
You need to be honest. This is your life. This is your life, and it's not looking good for you right now. You're looking guilty of something right now. I'm telling you, that's how it looks. That's how it's looking right now.
And I did something to him.
But here's the deal, Helen. What else are we supposed to think when you're giving us this story that doesn't even make sense? We're
Yeah,
trying to give you
Spank,
the
you're
heads up.
such a
What do you
boomer.
think the jury's gonna think?
There's blood in the kitchen. He hits the floor. You're in the kitchen. Where do we think that blood came from? Must be from you.
And they didn't do anything to me.
Okay.
Tell us the truth.
I'm telling you.
Truth will set you free.
I'm
Tell us
telling
the
you.
truth.
I'm telling you, I did not do anything to Angela.
Who is this person you're worried about? Who are you protecting? You've got to be honest, Helen. This is your life. This is very important. Don't you think it's important that the right person gets charged for this?
Want to
Do you
stop
think
by,
that's
show
important?
some support, and say
You're not
hi?
acting
It's
like
grub
it's
time.
So you do something to prove
All right,
that
well, you
that's
have a
important
good
to you.
dinner. Thank you so much for stopping
Helen
by.
sits back in her chair as the detective brings up a jury trial. She physically distances herself from the idea that she might face one if she keeps changing her story. After a long pause, Helen finally admits that the man upstairs wasn't a mystery after all, despite her previous story.
But they have such a big family and stuff. So what's gonna happen?
No. We're not even close.
What about? Tell me about Kenny. Who is he?
Yeah, big family's just vicious.
This is a safe place to tell this story.
Helen fears for her safety as she opens up about the second visitor at her home. She claims Kenny's family allegedly has ties in local crime.
What's up, Dip?
Did Kenny kill Andre?
Have a good night, Spank. And lady
You need to be
fella.
honest. Did he kill Andre?
Because I saw it.
With hesitation, Helen explains to police that Kenny was the only one at the house that day. And while the rest of her story was true, the fight that took place was only between Kenny and Andre, not Milton. In fact, he wasn't even there that day. He had been telling the truth all along. Police have the wrong man in jail for Andre's murder.
Wow.
What's your reaction?
Trash.
Because he's like, he stole one of them, he stole from.
That lady
he came
sucks.
downstairs.
Can you say that to Andre?
No, Andre said it to him.
Andre said that Kenny stole.
Yeah, because he had it laying out, I guess, upstairs. And he's like, man, you know I wasn't doing this. Man, yes, you did. Yeah. But it really escalated, it really did. And stuff, and they're just nuts. But, I mean,
How did that?
because he was like, man, you said, you're not going to treat me like no pussy. I'm not a, excuse me, I'm not a pussy. And I mean, he said, so what you want to do about it? You said I stole something, so man, if you feel like I stole something, then hey, work it out. And Andre came downstairs. And Kenny came downstairs as well. And Andre came in there. He came in the kitchen.
Okay.
And he got a knife, but Kenny got it from him.
Ooh, she sucks. Yeah. Well, this lady, this one, she killed her boyfriend.
A sink that
And
was
this one
conveniently
is a
full
trash
of
detective,
dishwater.
and she was like
Why didn't you just tell Kenny?
gaslighting the guy that she was interrogating and laughing at him and mocking him.
What are you scared of?
And he was innocent.
They would kill me. They've done it to people.
Is that why you didn't tell us that, Jay?
Yes, ma'am. They haven't gotten away with it.
Helen's story is starting to make sense to detectives, but her changing storyline means she's no longer a credible witness. An accurate account of the facts is more critical than ever, so they ask Helen to take a polygraph test to bring a little peace of mind, and she's happy to cooperate. Even though polygraphs aren't always admissible in court, they can be under certain circumstances. Often asking someone to take a polygraph is an interrogation tactic itself, as it gives the police a chance to observe
All right,
how
have fun.
people
It's card
react to the
time. Well, good luck
suggestion
with that.
and
Thank
see
you.
how willing they are to cooperate. In the meantime, they remove all doubts about Milton's
Have a good
involvement.
night.
Milton was not there at the house that day. Milton has nothing to do with Andre's death. Yes or no? Why did you interview Milton?
Because
I just want to understand. If I don't. Do you hate Milton?
I dislike him. Because he's very disrespectful.
Helen reveals that Milton is nothing more than an unlucky scapegoat, named as a suspect
Rage
because
quit in
she
20
just
minutes.
doesn't like him. Or at least that's the reason she'll admit to right now.
If you had been honest from the beginning, we'd have a much stronger case, but now your credibility is. We got to get Milton out of jail.
To help them narrow down their new search, authorities ask Helen to review a lineup and point Kenny out to them. But when it comes time to confirm Kenny's identity, Helen's apprehension causes her to waver.
None of them. None of them are changed. You already identified him by name. I'm sensing some reluctance right now for you to identify something by photo. Am I accurate on that?
Those two photo lineups that you were shown, did you see them? Ellen, did you see them? Ellen.
You're lying. I can see it. You're lying. Just it's okay to be scared. It's not okay to mess with people's lives, and this investigation has done enough harm right now, to be honest. This is your time to do what's right. For Andre. Do you give a shit about Andre? Yes. I love my life too.
Helen asks to see the photos again, and she begrudgingly points to two individuals in the photo lineups, but it's clear that her goal is only to move past the question. For now, her strategy works.
I want to see the hell of him.
Who?
Which one?
Him and him.
Him or him? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Before ending their meeting with Helen, detectives offer her one last opportunity to share any information that might be helpful. And it's a good thing they do.
I want you to get check up shorts right now. What else is there to tell us about what happened that day?
Has anyone contacted you afterwards telling you to shut your mouth? Yes. Who?
It's interesting to note how she's rocking back and forth now. A lot of people do this when they're anxious, and Helen has to know she's not looking good at this point.
Wow.
She's also hiding quite a bit behind the table.
You're doing raffles?
Did they come to the house? What'd you see them at?
At the store, and they just let me put zip like in my pocket. And the note.
Might as well do it for $1
in
billion.
my pocket when I was at the store. I mean, those pickpocketers.
Nobody else is here to
What the note said?
join.
It's like, if you want to live, you won't talk.
Just so everyone knows.
You know, just get told up.
Armed with plenty of new information, detectives let Helen go and get started tracking down their new suspect. The same day, authorities work to get Milton released from jail, and the detectives ask him to stop by one last time. After police promise him exoneration, they chat for a few minutes about Andre and Helen. In alignment with what Helen shared with police previously, Milton explains that Tyrone, also called Spooky Juice, reconnected her with Andre, but Tyrone and Helen had an unusual history.
She used to live with Spooky Juice until
Spooky
she set his
Juice.
apartment on fire. That's how he became homeless.
That's like the best
dating?
nickname of all
No,
time.
they were just friends.
No.
Well, he had some kind of fantasy about it.
Oh, is that what that means? Poison? Spooky juice.
While Milton never specifies if the alleged fire was intentional or accidental, the circumstances certainly seem odd to detectives. Milton, who spent 17 days in jail, was fully exonerated. A few days later, Helen arrives at the department for her polygraph examination.
I
and
love how they
according to
put
the
Milton in
police
jail
officer who
right away,
conducted
even
it,
though he was
she
innocent, but they
apparently
keep letting her
failed
go home at the end of
remarkably.
her interrogations.
Polygraphs are generally not admissible in court because their accuracy can't be guaranteed. But in combination with Helen's history of ever-changing stories, Her indication of deception is noteworthy to detectives. When Helen is confronted with her results, her story changes yet again, and it's soon that this
Hello.
entire case is flipped on its head. Though the polygraph can rarely be used in court, it really is a psychological sledgehammer in
Wasn't
interrogations
me.
when the examiner tells someone they're deceptive.
Wasn't me.
Different states do it differently, but usually the examiner will tell the person they passed or failed. The initial reaction from the person is huge. If you call an innocent person deceptive, they'll come unglued. If they sit quietly, this helps confirm the charts.
Be honest. You have to be honest and you have to face it. Whatever it is, you have to face it. No more lies. You keep lying, like you're doing now, you eat you alive.
After weighing her options, Helen shares another brand new version of events on the day of Andre's murder.
Brand new
The
version.
question is this finally the truth? This time, she makes the allegation that Andre may have been associated with a street gang referred to as the Vice Lords, which has roots in Chicago beginning in the 1950s.
Well, I just gave us a story.
Chicago.
To a picture. And when his buddies came back, they just had it. So Mark from Chicago.
Mark Keegan.
Chicago. Andre owed him some money, but he knocked on the door and he came in.
Over time, Helen's stories become more and more elaborate. What began as a small unpaid debt with Milton evolved into allegedly stolen drugs with Kenny, and now a money battle with a kingpin from Chicago. While Helen says she didn't know Mark, his reputation preceded him. For now, detectives play along.
When Andre showed up, what happened? What you see in here? Be specific.
As part of the Reed technique, detectives don't often allow the suspect to get entrenched in their lies, and often interrupt them so they don't get too comfortable repeating them. Here, however, it seems like detectives are playing along with her and letting her put the final nail in her coffin, so to speak. Every story she tells will be played to the jury someday, and if she changes her story again in court, the prosecutor will have to ask her, which story do you want the jury to believe?
Yeah, so what's something like, so, what's something like, and so, and I go, I know you, right? He said, yeah. He said, it's there. And like, the man said, I didn't have, all of it. And so he said, what's your name? He said, I said, he said, what will happen because when I trusted you and things, because I went upstairs and got whatever he had. And stuff.
You went upstairs to get money.
Yeah, the stuff, the rest of the stuff.
Crack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crack.
And I guess we got whatever he had as far as the money, which is only like $50. And I should have done like way more. And, he didn't like that. He didn't like that.
Helen goes on to describe a story similar to her past two versions. The two men began arguing and it escalated to violence after Andre grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Police are left with many of the same questions, and they're at the end of their rope.
Is this the fourth different person we're saying now?
Hi,
Fourth different
Meds.
person.
How are
No,
you?
Kenny, unknown last name. Now it's Mark Keegan. That's 4. So I got to tell you, I don't believe you. I don't believe hardly one bit of that story.
Well, we keep letting her go home and come up with new
Stories of crime, families,
stories.
betrayal, and murder over small sums of money are proving to be nothing more
Not
than
bad, and you?
fantasies,
I'm doing well,
leading
thank
detectives
you.
to wonder what truths are being concealed.
I'm chilling.
Helen is turned away from detectives, using her hand to hide part of her face. True to form, she changes her story as soon as police confront her about the absurdity of her stories. Now she tells authorities that Mark wasn't a stranger after all, and she may have had something to do with his sudden appearance. Open-ended questions are a must in this case. These types of questions keep from shutting down the conversation and keep information flowing. They need to get her talking and let her keep telling her story.
I should have never let him in. Like, I never let him in.
How did you know him?
I used to live in Chicago. I called Mark over there because Andre was up in my face. And it's like I'm the cause of it. And it's my fault.
Why'd you call Mark?
Andre was up in my face. And look up,
Tell me about that. What was he doing?
calling me bees and something going on with the baby. He had some company going on. I told him I wasn't wanting
I
him.
need 2 fireplaces.
Finally, the detectives call out the latest
Dirt.
in a long line of fantasies Helen is using to escape reality.
You're caught up in this world that doesn't really exist. Enough is enough, okay? Enough is
Yeah,
enough.
Helen, come
We're
on.
not going to keep chasing our tail. We've
You
proved
know,
it all right.
no, it's not.
We proved it all wrong. All of it. Proved it all wrong. And now we got to go chase down a Mark Keegan?
This guy's irritated.
Is this another guy that's wronged you in the past that you're pissed at?
It's notable how different Helen's behavior is when compared to that of Milton. Helen's words are repetitive and her no was very passive, while Milton was clearly quite angry. Her lack of irritation and calm demeanor are unusual behavior if she was truly an innocent bystander.
Is this the fourth different person we're saying now?
No, somebody else lied to you.
Go over that.
Somebody else is lying to you. I was not there.
Police will also have noted by now that her constant
That's
expansion
right,
of the
Milton.
suspect list is a big red flag. Guilty people often want the police going in as many directions as possible to keep the attention off of themselves.
Your
Every
basic
time
graphic
police
is
talk to
cool. Thank you.
She adds a new suspect to
I
their
appreciate
list.
that.
Like Kenny and like
No.
Milton Leak?
I drew it myself.
Yes, sir.
So when we go search about Mark Keegan and we can prove that he wasn't here at that time, what's your story going to be then? We're done. We're done. So I would rather get right down to the truth.
Authorities now know there was a
I thought
fight
maybe,
between Andre
yeah.
and Helen that morning, but they don't know why,
Yes, sir.
at least not yet. And when they find out, it's even more bizarre than they could have ever expected.
Why were you pissed at him?
I wasn't pissed at him.
No?
Because I was doing the drugs. Yes, I was upset.
Okay, that's also a lie. That's also a lie.
No, it's
He was not doing drugs.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. Either that or he was.
We got the test back. No
Yes, he
No
was.
drugs. Nothing. Alcohol in the system. That's it.
Helen forgot to consider that police would likely run a toxicology screen due to the nature of Andre's death, and the results highlight what police already suspected, that Helen's latest story is just another elaborate lie.
You haven't been completely honest about how volatile your guys' relationship is. We've looked in the past.
Yeah, I
We've
asked
talked.
the police to
We've,
come there 4 times.
we've talked to neighbors. It happens a hell of a lot more than
No, that wasn't
just
me.
when we go out there. Was this a relationship of convenience? You had your place to stay. Andre wasn't so bad when he wasn't drinking. Is that what this was?
Yes.
That's why you stayed there with him?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I got my place.
Ellen,
Damn.
you took a knife from that drawer or on that counter and you stabbed him.
No,
You did stab him.
no, I didn't.
Yes, you
And know why I
did.
know that? Because every single story you've told us is a lie. The only person you haven't told us it was is you. And you were the only one there with him.
No.
Police also find fault with Helen's claims that Andre grabbed a knife from the kitchen. When Andre passed away at the hospital, his property was collected and sent to the police lab for processing. Police found that a
So
kitchen knife
weird.
had still been in Andre's pocket when he arrived at the hospital, a knife that wasn't the murder weapon. Carrying an open blade kitchen knife in any pocket is dangerous, a risk Andre may have been willing to take if he felt he might need it for self-defense.
That's so weird.
A knife on. You didn't have to go get a knife. Did he?
No, maybe you forgot.
TGIF, hell yeah.
At this point, Helen
Do you
is
have
under
plans
a
this weekend?
microscope. Her stories have fallen apart time and time again, and now police are left to piece together what happened from
We got some
outside
crazy
sources.
snow last night.
As
And all
CCTV
day
footage
today.
starts to trickle in, detectives catch a lucky break when reviewing the Quick Trip footage. Close to 12 p.m. on the day of his murder, Andre is seen interacting with 3 different people outside of the gas station, as well as a nearby
Getting snow
laundromat.
hard at the moment
Of
too.
interest
Yeah.
are 2 men and 1 woman.
It's been pretty
Police were soon
crazy. Andy
able to
actually had to
identify
go
the
get a
mysterious
shovel
people who spoke with Andre near the
because
Quick
we
Trip.
couldn't park.
While they were able to rule out 1 man who spoke to Andre but didn't really know him, the other pair would prove integral, and what they had to say would turn the entire investigation upside down. This is Riley Farrell.
Can you just tell me from your own recollection right now what you remember about that day?
Yeah, I was just going to Quick Trip with my friend to go get pizza.
What friend?
My friend Jess. I just met her that day.
Okay.
But we walked from a buddy's house, and then the guy kept trying to like talk to this girl, and this girl didn't know who he was.
What? Just Jess, you mean?
Yeah, and we were just walking in the same direction, and he was saying he might have to go kick somebody out of his house or something like that. And I was like, "What? Do you need any help or anything?" He's like, "No."
Did he say anything more about that?
A girl.
The woman Andre wanted to kick out was Helen. Far from getting married like Helen had told detectives, he was breaking up with
what
her
a
and trying to get her
bitch.
to leave. Perhaps this is why Andre felt safer carrying a knife that
Lock
day.
her up, throw away the key.
With no expectations of getting the truth from Helen, police reach out to Andre's sister Deborah for help, and what she told them would leave their jaws on the floor. At first, Deborah explained that Andre wanted to help Helen. He moved her out of the local shelter, bought her a cell phone, and even helped her to get to her doctor's appointments. But as Deborah
Wow.
recalls, their relationship wasn't all smooth sailing.
Every time he called me, it was always arguing with the police was there. He would try to put her out. She would throw the brick in his house and always accuse him of another lady or something.
It seems like the police calls to Andre's home were in fact related to Helen. According to Deborah, Andre was through with Helen, but he had to follow formal eviction procedures to get her out of the house.
Damn, this poor
Perhaps that
man.
was part of his plan the day that he died. And Deborah wasn't shy about her reservations. She knew right away that something wasn't right with Helen after she explained the circumstances of her brother's murder.
That's another story. It sounded right. Nothing he's saying.
Deborah's skepticism of Helen wasn't at all unfounded. Andre allegedly told her that Helen had been making
What you
threats
watching?
lately.
It's just a Ulu video. And it's just interrogation videos, and like they have like a whole team that does like psychological analysis on people who are being interrogated and stuff like that. And this case, this woman apparently killed her boyfriend, who was clearly doing a lot for her, and she was abusive, so he was getting ready to kick her out, and so she killed him, and then she tried to pin it on this man named Milton, who's a 68-year-old homeless man who was friends with the guy that she killed. And so the first half of the interrogation video, or the video here, was them interrogating Milton, and that poor guy got put in jail for like almost 2 weeks, even though he was innocent. And this woman was just walking around free, playing the victim, and she was just what do you call it when she was a mooch. She was just living there for free, doing nothing, abusing him mentally. Awful lady. And then she spent like weeks just like trying to manipulate the police, and she sucks.
As recently as a week before he died.
Yeah, she said she's gonna kill me.
If this is true, that means Helen may have actually planned Andre's murder after all. With all of this new information in mind, it's time to confront Helen about her never-ending web of lies.
How long did you talk to your mom before you called 911?
Wasn't me.
I talked to her for about a minute.
How long was that phone call?
Sounds interesting for sure. Yeah.
So what's going on here, Helen?
I don't remember.
My favorite part about these videos is the way that they analyze the people that are being interrogated, because they have like a team of people that are like professionals, And they explain to you like the different tactics that they're using to try to manipulate police and stuff. And obviously, it's all super transparent once you know what you're looking for.
I'm telling you, there's a lot more we haven't got to yet.
What were you doing during that time? Were you cleaning up?
No. Cleaning up what?
Evidence? I don't know.
Cleaning up the
No.
murder scene.
There's a soft upward inflection with her no, almost as if she's asking a question. It's clear she's unsure. The stab wound to Andre's upper right chest area punctured both his lung and his aorta.
Hiding your
Andre lay
crime.
bleeding to death on his floor while Helen talked with her mother on the phone for a full
Oh
11 minutes.
my
Now
God.
that it's looking like Helen is the actual culprit behind Andre's death, detectives dive into her background. After speaking with one of Helen's aunts, police learn that she's been exhibiting strange behavior lately. Her family noticed that Helen began showing up to church recently and voicing in the prayer line that she wanted the detectives to leave her alone. But the most startling discovery comes from Edward, Helen's brother. He alleged that not only was Helen talking to her mom after Andre was stabbed, but during his stabbing. This leaves detectives with only one place to turn, to Evelyn herself.
Doing some basement stuff. Have a
Police
good
believe she
one. All
holds
right,
the
you
key
too,
to unraveling
Meds. Good
Helen's
luck with your
lies,
basement.
and they soon learn
I hope
that
that's
they're
coming
right.
along.
At first, Evelyn tells police she can't recall when or how she learned Andre was stabbed, but after police show her a photo of Andre, her guilt becomes too much to bear. She admits that Helen told her about the stabbing during their phone call, and even describing exactly what happened. Evelyn heard Andre's voice in the background of the call. She says that she then heard Helen's voice become angry before an eerie silence fell over the line. Soon Helen began yelling at Andre to get up. She then said that Andre was turning red, indicating that he was bleeding significantly. At this point, Evelyn said she told Helen to call 911. Now that it's time to bring in Helen to answer for Andre's death, she's gone missing. Detectives struggle to contact her, and it seems she's dodging the police.
No way.
But the detectives cook up a strategy to contact her. Helen is on parole, so detectives coordinate with Helen's parole officer to catch her by surprise. During this final round of interrogation, now that all of her lies have been exposed, Helen's demeanor changes significantly. Instead of her usual submissive posture and sheepish responses, Helen sits tall, arms folded defiantly across her chest.
Oh, she's hard now.
What still isn't completely clear is why exactly Helen
Now that
killed
she's going to
Andre.
own up to her
And when
crime,
she
she's going to
finally
act
does
like
give
she's
an
a badass.
explanation, it's shocking, to say the least.
You got
It's not
caught.
Keegan. He doesn't exist. We've been to Chicago. We've done our work. Anybody with the description that you gave us does not exist.
That's right. Helen's supposed admirer doesn't even exist.
Your mother doesn't strike me. She strikes me as a religious woman. She strikes me as an honest woman.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I disagree.
And speaking to her, she obviously told us some things about the conversation that you had with her that day. And after she had that conversation with you, she passed that along to everyone else. And that's why we talked to all these other people here, okay? Because she didn't frankly know what to do with that information when you told her. Because she sent a text message to people, and she told people, frankly, that you had stabbed Andre. You told her that. Your mom's not a liar. She has to do the right thing, and she did. By telling us the truth.
One of these texts asks family members to pray for Helen because she'd stabbed Andre. The day after the murder, once Milton had been arrested, Evelyn fired off more texts to her family, retracting her previous announcement about Helen. Instead, she said that it was a misunderstanding and that she'd jumped to conclusions. Helen seems to demonstrate the freeze response here. She remains markedly still this entire time. She likely knows that she's caught up here and is resigned to that fact.
And we also talked to people that talked to Andre that day. He went to the Quick Trip, as you know. We know that. He went to go get some beer and such that day. Well, he actually happened to run into a couple of people that day.
And they both said, independently of one another, that Andre mentioned he was fighting with you that day, arguing, having a hard time with you that day. And he actually told this guy, who he's just met that day, he was going to kick you out. What was going on between you and Andre that day?
I don't know. I blocked it out. I don't remember anything.
Blocked it out.
You really got nothing to say? You're out of stories, out of people to blame.
Out of stories.
Let your mom talk about it. Honey, talk to the county attorney. Okay, you're gonna get charged with murder first. I need you to stand up. I'm gonna patch you down. You don't have anything sharp on you, nothing else or anything.
By the time Helen saw her day in court, her memory dramatically improved. She now claimed self-defense. Despite Andre's lack of physical violence that day, she argued that the way he walked into the kitchen was ominous enough to justify her action. But just like the detectives, the court found that Helen lacked any credibility. Helen was convicted of murder in the second degree, as well as 2 counts of malicious prosecution. She was sentenced to 52 years in prison.
What a brat. I will be right back.
I look like a seventh grader. Oh my goodness. I am gonna get so caught. I'm actually really scared now. I am literally on the campgrounds of a middle school. Well, I finally got caught. I told him that I would go to the principal's office, so I guess we're gonna see what happens.
Did you guys see the video?
No, I haven't seen the video, ma'am.
I posed as a seventh grader. It went viral.
In this shocking footage,
Oh,
a
she
mother
did it
spends an
for-
entire day posing as her 13-year-old daughter at a middle school in El Paso County, Texas. Her controversial video would ultimately become a social media success, amassing over millions of views. In an exclusive interview with Ewu, we will
That's
get to
pathetic.
hear from the mother herself, who will give her side of the story that baffled the nation.
Oh my God, I cannot get it out. I'm so sorry. Please bear with me, because every single day, you don't know. You just don't know.
On Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, 30-year-old Casey Garcia makes her way to Ann Garcia Enriquez Middle School, only she's disguised as her 7th grade daughter, Julie Garcia.
Okay, I'll record once I'm inside. Do I look like a seventh grader? Okay, and hello. Good morning. Fine, and yourself? Thank you. Oh my goodness. I am gonna get so caught. I'm actually really scared now. I am literally on the campgrounds of a middle school.
Using hair dye and self-tanner, Casey has made herself look as identical as possible to her 13-year-old daughter. Now inside of the school, she asks a faculty member for directions to one of the classrooms, still undercover as a student.
What's going to be the, I believe the third classroom to your left.
Okay, thank you so much. With all the music, that's what they told me. Thank you so much. The coach literally came up to me and was like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Julie." And he was like, "Oh my God, Julie. Holy I'm in PE." But a 30-year-old disguising as a 13-year-old and made it through lunch? I've made it more than half a day.
The mother boldly reveals her face as she sits in the school's cafeteria. Still, she's yet to be discovered. However, just when Casey thought she would make it until the end of the day, her cover is eventually blown.
Well, I finally got caught. I told him that I would go to the principal's office, so I guess we're gonna see what happens.
Just want to say thank you to all the girls that helped me get to all of my classes yesterday. I really, really appreciate it. I honestly would have been discovered way sooner if it weren't for you. And if you knew my secret and you kept it for me, thank you so much for not saying anything. I honestly could have not made it the entire day as a middle school student without you.
Soon we will find out exactly how Casey's true identity was uncovered, along with the many shocking details of an already insane day. As for now, the mother personally shed some light into her thought process, leading up to the unbelievable chain of events.
So the leading up to it, I feel, was at the time, my 4-year-old was about to start kindergarten, and I couldn't comprehend the anxiety that I was feeling for the fact that here I am, mandated by law, that I have to send my child to school. Yes, I can homeschool, but this goes in a general perspective. Not only do I want to, not this to happen. I don't want this to happen just to any school, any town. Generally speaking, why does any mother have to feel any type of anxiety for sending their kid off to school with the massive amounts of incidents that have happened and are happening? How am I supposed to tell my 5-year-old and my 3-year-old if somebody comes in with a gun in your classroom? You have to hide. My teenager can. I mean, my daughter is 16. She's in high school. I know for a fact she can do it. She can hide. She can get to safety. She's going to know. She's now 6. My 6-year-old and my 3-year-old are all they're going to be thinking is, what is going on? And they're going to be terrified for their life. Not that my 16-year-old wouldn't be terrified for her life, but she is going to more or less figure it out, and she's going to try her best. Why do my kids have to compromise their safety because America can't get their together? Why? Why are
What
we
does this have to
sending
do with her
so much
infiltrating
money
a middle
to
school?
God knows where? I don't know where. But yet my kids may or may not have a locked door because someone didn't want to lock it. Because this guy just felt like, you know what, I'm going to shoot up a school today because he felt like it.
Although Casey voices concern for her children's safety, others believe that her motive behind the so-called social experiment is something much different. One
Yeah,
such
she
person
wanted
is middle
social
school
media fame.
principal Richard Salcido, who detectives spoke with only 3 days following the bizarre ordeal.
So, our system to ensure
Everyone's a winner.
What the fuck? Dude, Nick, thank you so much. What the hell? How have you been?
As a student that's not a student. Other than this
Thank you so
incident,
much. You didn't have to do that.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what happened when she came in?
Yeah, so she came in
Sorry.
and I asked her what was going on, why'd you do this? And she said it was just to see how secure
What's up,
the schools
Kobe?
are, to see how secure her daughter is.
How
She
are
said,
you?
If there's a fine, I'm willing to pay the fine. I'm
Dude,
like, well, I need to
thank
talk
you
to
so much,
my
Nick, for
bosses
the
to see if they're
5
gonna press
gifted.
charges.
Holy shit.
But I think it's gonna be more than just the fine. I did tell her.
How are
Thank
you?
for bringing it to our attention because if it is a safety issue, I do need to address it with our staff. So that's something that.
In regards to the safety issue that she's claiming, she sent you guys an email, text message, phone call, meeting with any.
I'm good. How about you? I'm good too. Thank you so much.
Or any kind of allegation that she was making.
I honestly don't think it was a test to do security. It's just, looking at her TikTok videos, it's like she's trying to get. She's got other videos that I'm like, okay, I think it's almost attention seeking. If she was vigilant about the security, I think, yeah, have a conversation with me, have a conversation with the superintendent.
But that never happened prior, correct?
This wasn't about security.
As it turns out, Casey
about
has her
social
own
media.
reasoning as to why she didn't talk to an administrator about her concerns.
It wasn't at this specific school. At another school, they were practicing a lockdown drill. My daughter and I just happened to be late that day, so I didn't know it was a random lockdown drill because they
Hope
have
life's
them randomly.
great. It is.
And this particular day,
Cakes
they were
and I are
doing a
chilling.
lockdown drill. And I believe my daughter and I were, I want to say, 30 minutes to an hour late. We walked in through the normal door that you walk in through to go into school. And then the principal comes around the corner and this principal says, "How did you get in the building?" And I said, "We walked through that door." And this principal's face was so irritated with the person who was supposed to lock the door that didn't lock the door during a lockdown. I sat there and I was completely mind boggled at the fact that it's a practice lockdown drill and we can't even get that door locked. So no, my voice has never been heard. What's the point? They're just going to tell me, well, we practice lockdown drills.
Just 2 days following the incident, Casey posts another video to her YouTube channel. This time, she gives a deeper explanation to her motive, stating exactly why she posed as her
Damn
13-year-old
happy. That's a
child.
plus.
The news station
Absolutely.
in El Paso, KT,
Good for
whatever.
you.
I don't watch the news. She commented, "They're making it look really bad. Like I just wanted to go to middle school for and giggles. And I'm going to be 100% myself because now my integrity is being put on the line." Which is fine. I don't care what you think. But I'm going to tell you my side of the story. I didn't do this to get views. I didn't
Yes,
do
you
this to get likes. I
did.
didn't do this so people could be mad at me and I could
Stop
never walk
looking
around
away
El
from the
Paso again.
camera
Which honestly,
when you
I
tell a
didn't do
lie.
this to get likes. I didn't do this so people could be mad at me and I could never walk around El Paso again. Which honestly, you guys are. I wanted to go as Julie. I wasn't going as my daughter. I wasn't trying to go to impersonating another child. I wasn't trying to be someone else. I was trying to
Obviously.
be my kid and my kid only. The school was so concerned that my phone was out that they weren't even paying attention to who I was. They never interacted with me. It was always, "Hey, put your phone away. Hey, put your phone away." I wasn't even a person. I was just, "Hey, put your phone away."
Oh my God.
Every single teacher of my daughters is very, very, very nice. Very.
You are
they're all-
reaching.
and I feel bad that it had to be this school, but this is a problem in all schools. We need better security at our schools. I don't mean to be curt, but I kind of feel like
This is
I
not the
proved
purpose of your
Although
video,
Casey's
dude.
disguise lasted
Stop
her almost
acting.
7 periods, one teacher could see right through the mask.
I mean, I'm no spring chicken, but it wasn't hard. And I made it to all 7 periods until the last teacher, she was female, and she said, "Julie, can you stay after class?" And I said, "Absolutely." And she looked at me and she's like, "You're not Julie." I was like, "No, I'm not." I took off my mask, I took off my glasses, and I said, "No, I'm not Julie. I'm Julie's mom." And she said, "Why?" I think she was really mind boggled. Like she had no idea what the hell just happened. And I said, "For a social experiment. I wanted to see if I could make it the entire day without anybody noticing." And I'd say up until 7th period, I think that's a very long day for a 30-year-old.
Casey initially held to her disguise, stating that she was in fact Julie, but the teacher didn't believe her. Finally, Casey gave in.
There have been one too many mass shootings. I think I read or Googled that there have been 40 or 44. I didn't do this to be mean or malicious or to rattle anybody's cages. I did this to prove a point.
Casey's video will go on to elicit strong feelings from viewers on every part of the spectrum, and she makes it clear that her intention is to speak candidly.
Well, I think
Would
everybody's
you
worried
have
about that. I
rather
just don't think
me
that was the
proving a
purpose of
point, sitting
this
there quietly with my mask?
this
Or
thing,
do
this
we
whole
really want
stunt.
to wait for the next
She wanted to
person
go viral on social
taking
media.
their Second Amendment right to their
And
screen?
she got
Thank you
embarrassed
so much for supporting
that
me. I will
it turned into a legal issue, and so now she's trying to act like it's some sort of social
Though
experiment
Casey
to
provided
make
her
herself
defense,
look better.
Principal Salcido views it more as a violation rather than a call for action.
There's
Yeah.
a concern because she was in the girls' restroom, so there could be a violation. I mean, we do have young ladies here on campus, and we don't let adults go in the same restroom as the students.
And in reverse, just to that, she, went into the restroom. How do you feel about that, sir?
You know,
As an administrator, and I don't know if you're a parent or not, but how do you feel about that?
as a parent, I'd be upset. Now parents are losing trust in us, so it's just more of a, not just a safety
I mean,
issue. Now we have
the school should have
a
noticed
trust issue with our parents or
way
it's safe
sooner.
to go on campus. So
That's
we've
insane.
had a lot of phone calls on
But that doesn't make what she did right.
Supposedly, a few of Julie's friends aided Casey in locating some of her classes. However, before they could, the mother had almost blown her cover.
And then she went towards where my lunch lady is and she asked her, "Would you like breakfast?" And she said yes. So she got her breakfast and then she took off. But she didn't know, she was confused. She didn't know where to go. So one of the teachers guided her. She doesn't know who it was, but they guided her to her classroom.
Super generous.
It's hard to distinguish a student because they all look very advanced. Their body, their beards on the guys, and it's very hard to distinguish a student. And that lady looks younger than the daughter, actually.
This faculty member states that many of the kids wear hoodies to school, such as Casey had on, making it difficult to identify the students. Yet, according to police documents, other teachers did notice that Casey's mannerisms were
When
a
I
bit
was in
different
high school,
than that of her daughters,
you
such as her
weren't allowed
rate
to
of
wear your hood
speech. Another teacher
at
noted
school.
that the student
Even if you were
looked
wearing a
off.
hoodie.
By the end of the day,
You couldn't wear a
their
hood, you couldn't wear a
suspicions
hat,
would be confirmed.
you couldn't wear
And
sunglasses.
Casey's plan wouldn't go
Nothing
unpunished.
that hid
On
you
June 4th,
or
only
your
3
identity.
days after the shocking ordeal, officers make their way to Casey's home. However, it's almost as if the mother is waiting for authorities. With her
Yeah,
phone
that's
in
weird.
hand,
I don't know
she
what kind
too
of
is
weird ass
recording
school
her
your
interaction with
school
police,
was.
which can also be found
Your
on her
school
YouTube channel.
was
We're here
really
because
intense.
we're gonna place you under arrest, ma'am.
Yeah.
You do have a traffic warrant with us, ma'am. So, yes, ma'am. So you're gonna be placed under arrest for traffic warrant, okay, ma'am? So
That's it?
excuse me.
No, but that
Yes,
doesn't
ma'am.
make any sense. The backpack thing.
Okay.
My sweater's coming.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not resisting.
No, it's fine.
I am here. And now the superintendent's pissed because I said that I said I wasn't gonna go back on school grounds, so he figured it out.
But like you couldn't wear your hood
He wanted to. He got his
or
egg on
anything
the
that like
stripe.
made you
According
like
to Casey,
not
she
visible.
and the superintendent of the San Elizario Independent School District had a brief
I know, and they
altercation
started lighting-
following
I mean,
June
we had a
1st.
dress
As
code,
we will
too.
soon hear from the mother herself, she has yet to release
I don't know when
any
they started letting
detail
kids
of the
wear and
alleged
do whatever they
incident.
wanted.
That is, until now.
You're gonna cuff me?
Excuse me. Unfortunately, yeah.
Like this?
I could put you on front.
Oh man, that was like my flex. I've never been to jail.
13-year-old Julie quickly makes
What,
an
she thinks
appearance
this
at the
is
home,
cool?
where Casey immediately hands her daughter the phone that is assumably still recording.
I don't know how to get back on TikTok. I logged myself out. Try to get back in. I don't know how to get back in.
If you want to, I don't
Can
know.
I post my own bail? Is that
Can you
is
push
that a thing?
Can she
Yes,
post?
yes, she can.
I can?
You can take your wallet with you, ma'am.
I'm not gonna take the wallet.
Yeah, I would.
I'll
I was.
steal it.
Yeah, I would just take your credit card or whatever you have on you.
Your ID.
And yeah, I have your ID already.
All right, I'm wearing it now. I talk a lot.
Within minutes, Casey was arrested and placed inside of the police vehicle. She was taken to the El Paso County Jail on charges of criminal trespassing and tampering with a government record. After paying her own bond, she was released later that day. However, despite her arrest, she would continue to voice her concerns, even more than 2 years later, as she recalls that day.
That day that it happened, I went to the principal's office, unescorted to the principal's office, again, able to walk through the halls freely. The principal had said to me, and which I have in an unseen video, he says that he had asked the superintendent for IDs, picture IDs, and the superintendent's response to that was, no, we're not going to do that. And they didn't. So the only thing that has changed as far as my incident was the IDs.
According to Casey, her daughter's middle school didn't administer photo identification for the students at the time. Though it's unclear if they've recently been implemented, Casey mentions that one of the district's high schools may have issued photo IDs to their students. Casey asserts that this is the only change of security
That's
that
kinda
she's
weird.
seen within the district.
student
But
IDs.
Casey has one more bombshell to drop. She recalls her
When did
conversation
this
with
happen?
Principal Salcido. However, she goes on to reveal alleged details that have never been released to the public before.
So then I asked him, I keep telling him, we need this, we need no backpacks. I mentioned the no backpack. He said, I agree. He said, he then said to me, I am very sorry that this was able to happen. He apologized to me repeatedly. And then I asked him, are you going to arrest me? And he said, no, I'm not going
Yeah.
to arrest you, which I also have on video, unseen video. I said, okay, thank you so much. He said, all right, we're going to do better. And then I left. 2 days later, I get a phone call from the school, from a secretary. And she says,
Why didn't she
"Mrs.
just go to
Garcia."
like
And I
a
said, yes. She says, I'm calling to confirm your
PTA
appointment
meeting
tomorrow.
and
And I
voice
said,
her
I'm sorry,
concerns
appointment? She says,
that they
yes,
don't have student
your
IDs.
appointment
They're
tomorrow
not
with,
aware
and then she
that
says the superintendent's
people
name.
can get in
I
and
had
out of the
never,
building without their
I'd never
identity being
heard his name
known.
before. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't even know who that is. Who is that? She goes, the superintendent. I said, I didn't set up an appointment. I said, I'm really sorry. You might have the wrong Garcia. It's a fairly common name here. She says, you know what? You're right. I probably do. She hung up, called me back. She goes, Mrs. Garcia. And she says, I said, yes. She says, you set up this appointment. And I said, no, ma'am, I didn't.
Casey adamantly denied ever having set an appointment, but the secretary reportedly pressed on, trying to convince the mother that it was of her own doing, and Casey grew all the more suspicious.
And I said, I didn't set up any appointment. I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, let me place you on hold. Let me ask the superintendent. She asks the superintendent. She comes back. She says, yes, you set this appointment up. She then hangs up, calls me back. Then she changes the story. And poor thing, I really do think that she was also in the dark about this.
Mm-hmm.
Then she says, actually, the superintendent would like to speak with you. And now my alarm bells are just going off. And I'm thinking, why? It's been 2 days and you didn't call me or no. So then I said, well, can you ask him about what? So then she says, yes, let me place you on a hold. I said, okay. And then she comes back and he says, you know what he wants to talk about. Then I'm thinking, oh, I don't think so. I said, well, since you keep, placing me on hold, he's clearly available. Why doesn't he just speak with me now since he's so eager to speak with me? And she says, okay, let me ask him. She comes back and she says, no, he wants you on campus tomorrow. And I said, tell him I'm not going back on campus. And I said, please stop calling me. And I hung up. The next day, 9:30, I was arrested. But one of the officers, I believe he was and is a detective, he told the judge and on a written affidavit that I was escorted off the property and I wasn't. And I was never asked to leave. And that's my side of the story.
Though her social experiment garnered national controversy, it seems that the mother has no regrets. To
This woman thinks
Casey
really highly of
maintains that her
herself, so I
motive
don't
behind
believe
going
anything that she
undercover
says.
was out of concern for her children's safety.
She
In
really
November
acts
of
like she's on some sort of
2023,
moral high
Casey
ground
Garcia stood trial and
in
was
every
found guilty
situation,
of
so I
criminal
think she's just a
trespass.
blatant,
She was sentenced to 6 months of
compulsive liar.
probation and given a probated fine of $700.
And
In
also a
addition, she's
weirdo for
required to
going to
complete
school
100 hours of
impersonating her
community
teenage
service.
daughter.
Casey's YouTube channel and
For
TikTok
likes on
account are
social media.
currently still active.
That's crazy. I'll be right back.
D'Angelo is dead, Mom. Dead. Why is my nephew and your grandchild dead? Why? I just feel like he's with me, like in spirit. I don't know. He's dead, Mom.
I'm going to ask you a horrific question. Do you think that it's possible during your night or sleeping or dreaming that you got up and did anything to him?
The most dreaded type of 911 call filtered into the Clinton Township, Michigan dispatch on the morning of January 11th, 2010. A little boy had been found unresponsive in his family's bathtub. What first appeared to be an inconceivably tragic accident soon transformed into one of the most complex and confusing murder investigations. And even today, there remains questions. What really happened behind those closed doors that frigid winter morning?
But no one's putting any blame on you. We just want to know
Played
what
like 8
happened.
games.
It just, all of a sudden, it just, I don't know what happened.
Fortnite.
It just snapped.
It was just 7:30 in the morning when
We
police
love
arrived at the
Fortnite.
apartment on Clinton Place. After knocking several times, a woman answered the door and silently let them in. Inside, the home was completely dark, save for a single light coming from the hallway bathroom, where a tragic scene was waiting for them. Next to the bathtub, another woman was kneeling over a small boy. He was still in his pajamas, which were drenched with water, and he didn't appear to be breathing. First responders took the boy into the living room and made every effort to resuscitate him, but were unsuccessful. In one final effort, they loaded him into an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. Officers at the scene noted strange behavior, especially on the part of the older of the two women. She explained that she was the boy's mother, but was unable to give his full name or his birthday. The younger woman said she was the boy's aunt, but was also unable to provide definitive information. Maybe they were both in shock, or perhaps there was something else going on. The boy was eventually identified as 4-year-old D'Angelo Tobia and was being cared for by the two women that shared the apartment. His aunt, 25-year-old Tanina Borgia, and his grandmother, 60-year-old Terry Borgia, not his mother as she had stated. Terry's older daughters, Vicky and Amelia, lived in the area with their children. Amelia and her husband Bashar frequently left their 2 sons in Terry's care, sometimes together.
I do
and
love the
sometimes
game still,
separately,
but still no
which was
friends
the
to
case
play
on the
with.
weekend of
Okay,
January
buddy.
9th. Amelia, trusting that D'Angelo was in good hands, never imagined
What?
that it would be the last time she'd see her son alive. Back at the hospital, medical professionals did all they could to save the 4-year-old. But tragically, D'Angelo Tobia was pronounced dead just 45 minutes after the initial 911 call. Tanina, who had followed her nephew to the hospital, was transported to the police station that afternoon to speak to detectives about what happened. Police reports state that she was never actually with her nephew while at the hospital. Both the police and D'Angelo's devastated family needed to make sense of what happened. The following interrogations have never been seen before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor, a licensed clinical psychologist, a licensed attorney, and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
So
I'm
was
sorry
this
for what
boy.
happened. I'm sorry for your loss.
No, but
It's
it's-
horrible. It's just horrible.
I'm just trying not to like break down, and I was crying on the way here.
Yeah, it is so hard. Absolutely.
It's an interesting red flag that Tanina feels she has to let the detective know that she was crying on the way over. It seems like she wants to explain and excuse why she isn't crying now in front of him. A person who is truly emotional and in shock at the death of a family member, especially a child, wouldn't have to make such an obvious statement or feel the need to prove they cried earlier.
I don't know what happened. That's the thing. Like I just woke
Right.
up and I didn't. All I seen was him floating in the tub. Like I didn't see anything before that.
You said he was face up floating?
He was face
Okay.
up. He was floating on his back, and I don't know anything.
Prior to that.
Prior to that, I don't.
Right.
I woke up. I was tossing and turning. I didn't hear any screaming. I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
So, I mean, and I think he drowned like maybe an hour or so prior to
Prior to you.
waking up.
Okay.
So I didn't hear anything.
It's certainly noteworthy that Tanina gives a specific time when she thinks D'Angelo drowned, begging the question, how would she know this?
Okay, you were probably fast
I
asleep
mean, I
at
was
that
fast
point.
asleep, yeah,
Okay.
but I didn't. I mean, I would have woke up if I heard him
Right.
screaming, or if I
Right.
would have heard anything.
According to the CDC, drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 1 through 4.
Oh my
So,
God.
while unfortunate, an accidental drowning wouldn't be such a surprise to law
Jesus.
enforcement.
That's
So can you
awful.
kind of go over what happened yesterday, starting with when
What I believe,
D'Angelo got dropped off?
yeah, he
What
was
time did he get dropped off?
he got dropped off actually Saturday.
Okay. So he's been there a few days.
Yeah, he was there a couple days, but I think that the floor is really wet in there. It's
Mhm.
really slippery. So I think he bumped his head because there is like abrasions.
Why
But
is
I
she
think
coming
he,
up
like,
with
slipped and fell.
speculations?
We'll hear more from Tanina later as she shares her fascinating insights on the case in an exclusive interview. But for now, she doesn't display a lot of shock despite this chilling revelation. Terry, for her part, was taken into custody at the scene and brought in for questioning earlier in the day.
My name is Detective Lieutenant Mark Rubinski. Obviously, I work for the police department. And I'm here to talk to you about what happened overnight and early this morning with your grandson, okay? If you could do me a favor, could you sign over there saying that you acknowledge all these rights? And do you understand all those?
Yes.
Okay. If you understand all those, are you willing to waive your rights and talk to me today?
I think I'd rather have a lawyer.
Okay.
I mean, I think that would be the best thing.
Okay. And you don't have to say anything. That's up to you.
I think I would rather have a lawyer.
Okay. That's not a problem. Not a problem at all. I just wanted to afford you the opportunity to let me know what happened. But that's, like I said, if you want a lawyer, that's fine.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I can't afford a lawyer.
No, I understand you want to be appointed one. I understand. Okay, not a problem. Thank you very much. Come back with me over here.
Despite sounding a bit out of it or shaken by the situation, Terry requests a lawyer, which means she won't be answering any questions. Her initial request of, "I think I'd rather have a lawyer," is not technically unequivocal. In some cases, this statement might be construed as not being a strict invocation of the right to counsel. However, in this case, the detective treats the words as an exercise of the right and ceases questioning. She almost undoes herself when she says, "not a lawyer," but she immediately clarifies that she means simply that she cannot afford one and wants appointed counsel. Still, while she's at the station, the officer informs her that a forensic nurse will be taking samples of her hair and fingernails, and he tells her he has a warrant for this collection and one for her house.
Gonna do it at my house?
Yes, at your house. On Clinton Place?
They're gonna do a search.
We already did. And I'll bring you that too.
Was there anything wrong or anything?
Well, we're just there to try to figure out what happened, so we have to collect evidence, maybe some of the stuff in the bathroom and other things like that. Just try to figure out what happened.
When a suspect invokes the right to counsel, this doesn't mean police may no longer talk to them. Police interrogation must cease until an attorney is present and the suspect wants to answer questions, or until the suspect freely waives the right to counsel. It's noteworthy that the detective doesn't ask her any questions, which would not be allowed, and instead only provides information. As previously mentioned, first responders were immediately alerted to the strange behavior they encountered in the apartment. But the unusualness of the situation actually started when Tanina first made her 911 call. Tanina first called 911 at 7:15 a.m.
Hey, my nephew just drowned in the bathtub. Can you send somebody over? He just drowned in the bathtub. What was that? What did you just say? My nephew just drowned in the bathtub. What do you mean he drowned? He drowned. He's dead? Yeah, I think he's dead. I don't know if somebody can resuscitate him. How old is he? Oh my God, he's only 3 years old. Did you get him out of there? No, I don't know what to do. Okay, get him out of the... Oh my God. Get him out of the tub. Okay. Don't hang up. I'm not. Get him out. Get him out of the tub. Oh my God, oh my God. Turn him over, try to get the water up. Okay. 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 Right, can you get him on his side? Yeah. Is he breathing at all? No. Okay, try to tap on his back, see if any water comes up. No. 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 All right. You know how to do CPR? No. All right, old are you? I'm 25. All right. Tilt his head back a little bit. Okay. And put your face over his whole mouth. Okay. And just give a breathe into his mouth, okay? See if anything happens. See if his chest rises or anything like that. No, I think he's gone. Keep trying. How long was he in there? I don't know, for a while. Well, a while, like in 5 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour? I don't know, like an hour. His lips are so blue. His blue? Yeah. All right. You know how to, where his heart is in the middle of his chest? Yeah. All right, take your two hands and just a little bit above it and just push on his chest in the middle as much as you can, okay? Do about 10 times and then breathe into him again. I need you to stay calm. Stay calm. No, what's this? Okay. Is there two people there? Yeah. All right, I want two people, one to do the chest compressions and the other one to breathe for him. Mom, can you come here? Can you breathe in his mouth? Huh? Breathe in his mouth. No, breathe in his mouth. I'm sorry. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. They're on the way. They'll be there very shortly, but you need to breathe for them until we get there. Where's your mom at? She's right here. Is she doing anything? No. Okay. How's he doing? He feels warm. He's warm? Okay, that's a good sign. Hi. What's going on? He drowned. Are the medical there? I don't know. I just woke up this morning. Is there an ambulance? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, no, good job. You did good. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
When paramedics arrived at the house, Tanina was still on the phone with dispatch. Terry didn't open the door or turn on a light before being prompted to do so, and first responders felt it was a bit strange that Terry hadn't seemed prepared for their arrival. It was also noted that neither Terry nor Tanina appeared to have wet clothing, even though they had removed D'Angelo from the bathtub.
So can I go back? Okay. Last night, what time did you go to bed?
I went to bed at 10:30.
Okay. And where was your mom and D'Angelo at that point?
They were sleeping on the couch.
Okay. And were they just sleeping? Were they watching TV?
They were just watching TV.
Okay.
Tanina's first answer follows a long
What time did you go to bed?
I went to bed at 10:30.
indicating that she needs a bit of time to think of her answer. Note in about 30 seconds when she pauses again.
And where was your mom and D'Angelo at that point?
They were sleeping on the couch.
This wouldn't be as significant except that with her second answer, Tanina interrupts the detective to say they were watching TV.
And were they just sleeping? Were they watching TV?
They were just watching TV.
Okay.
This is generally a red flag behavior, and detectives are going to want to know why she feels pressure to get that out. While Terry is being held, her oldest daughter Vicky, Tanina's sister, comes to visit her. Their other sister, Amelia, is D'Angelo's mother. Vicky not only tries to assist her mother while she's in jail, but also attempts to get some information from her about what really happened.
Hi, Mom. I love you. Something's funny. Yeah, I love you. Mom, okay, listen. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Okay, what happened, Mom? I'm going to get you a lawyer. I don't understand. You don't understand what happened? I just don't understand. Are you okay? Are you okay? Okay. It's terrible. You didn't do it. I don't know what happened.
Don't say nothing.
Okay. I don't understand anything. I don't get it. Okay, you don't get it. I don't either. Okay? I love him so much. I know you do. I love him. He's like Toy Story. I know. A little Toy Story, and he's so gentle. I don't know. He just looks like a little doll. I don't know. Just wondering.
What's up, man?
Okay, I know you're confused. I'm on top of it. I'm very confused on everything. I'm just worrying so much about so many things. And I just think it took a toll on me. I called you. I said, Vicky, I said, I'm not doing so good right now. And you turned around and you said, oh, I know. I didn't. And I go, I know, but I'm trying to tell you I'm having a hard time.
You even got a sub from Nick, freaking legend. Hell yeah.
What happened? There's just so many bills and everything. It's overwhelming. Okay, what does that have to do with D'Angelo? I don't know. Okay, what happened with D'Angelo? Does Tonina know what happened? No. No? You just woke up this morning? What did you tell the police? I don't know.
So that was the last time you really saw them, and then you went to bed. Did you hear any noises throughout the
No, I
night?
didn't hear any noises. I didn't hear any noises in the morning.
Okay. So,
I didn't hear anything at all.
okay. So you woke up at what time?
I woke up at um I woke up at 7
Okay.
this morning, 7 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay, and what happened then?
You have emotes.
I walked into the bathroom
I
and
need to
he
make
was floating on top.
follower emotes.
And he was just floating on the water, and he had his pants on still, and he had a shirt.
You have a bathroom in your bedroom in there, so why would you get up and go in the other bathroom? Did somebody say something to you, direct you to do that?
My mom was, Tonina, are you up? And I'm like, yeah, I'm up. And I walked out of my bathroom and I just walked down the hall. And
Where was your mom at this point?
she was just pacing back and forth, like she really didn't know what she was doing.
Pacing where? In the living room, the kitchen, the hallway, her bedroom?
She was pacing in the kitchen.
What you and Kix up to
Okay.
this weekend?
She didn't say, hey, D'Angelo
I don't
was
think
in the
we.
bathtub, call 911.
No,
How
she
did-
did. She told me. She told me to call 911.
Why would she do
I don't
that?
think we have
maybe
plans.
she
Oh, we're going to get my
And
our
where
truck
was she at when she
fixed
told you this? In the kitchen
because the
still?
ABS is malfunctioning, and they actually we brought it into the dealer. We have like 5 recalls that they need to fix, and then they were looking for a replacement part for like the computer for the ABS, and they couldn't find one because they said, I mean, the truck is like 10 years old, and they were like, oh, it's too old. We don't have that part anymore. And I was like, okay, don't tell me your truck is too old for you to fix this. Because every time we get in the truck, we get an alert that the ABS isn't working, and it just like flashes on the dash. There's like, I don't know. Anyway, they finally found a place where they could send it so that they could repair it. And so we have to bring it in, but they're going to have it for like a couple weeks. So we had to wait until they could give us a loaner car. And yeah, so we're doing that on Tuesday. So we're going to be driving a rental or a loaner car until they can fix it. Fun stuff. Damn car troubles. Yeah, I know, right? Originally, they weren't even offering us a loaner. They were just like, yeah, we can take it out and, we're going to have the truck for a couple weeks. And we were just like, can't do that. We only have one. So they were able to figure out a way to get us a loaner, I guess. Had those myself recently. Yeah, it's really annoying. Especially since we didn't do anything. They were just like, oh yeah, this rarely happens. Or like, yeah, it's just some sort of malfunction. And it's uncommon in Dodges. So it was just completely unavoidable. I was like, why isn't this covered? Like you guys installed a part that then malfunctioned on its own. But yeah, it's not covered, unfortunately. But they are paying for our loaner car. So that's good, I guess. And hopefully it's not too long. It was just like really bad timing too, because obviously it's winter, and that's when you lean on your ABS as like a backup. So we went and bought a bunch of sandbags and put them in the back of the truck to add some weight.
So she's in the kitchen kind of pacing back and forth, kind of.
Yeah, maybe she didn't. Yeah, like she didn't know what she was doing.
Okay.
I think she was in a state of.
How had she been acting recently?
She's been acting a little different. She went through a huge depression after my dad died.
When did he pass away?
He passed away 5 years ago.
Okay.
But I think it's finally sunk in, and
Okay.
She's
This
showing
family
some
is
signs of
weird.
anxiety, such as itching her nose and rubbing the back of her neck. It's also odd that she's kept so many layers of clothing on. She's dressed for winter, but the officer doesn't seem to be as bundled. Anxiety can pull the blood away from your extremities, so it can make you feel quite cold, which might explain why she feels the need to be bundled up.
I think it's been really hard for her to pay for everything and do everything. I think the bills have loaded up on her.
Okay.
And, you know, she's been under a lot of stress. She's a very good woman, very wonderful mom.
Mhm.
I mean,
How'd she get along with you and with your sisters?
she gets along with everybody. She worries about everybody. She calls us every minute. Like, you know,
Okay.
she's just an, you know, regular, normal mother,
Gotcha.
you know.
Gotcha.
Tanina abruptly shifts from attempting to make character references for her mother by saying she's a good woman and mom to a regular, normal mother. This change brings up some questions about what Tanina really thinks about her mom. Her rapid verbal slippage seems to indicate that she quickly realizes that saying Terry is a great woman and mom will be found as a lie, or at the very least, something that could be challenged, so she has to downplay it quickly in the same breath. If she did it over a period of time, it might seem more normal, but this is in the same sentence.
Does your mom normally give D'Angelo baths? And if so, what time does he normally give them to him?
She normally gives him a bath.
Is it normally at 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning? Which would
Could
have been
be.
the time frame. If you woke
Okay.
up at 7 for an hour, you look
Yeah,
at 5, 6 in the a.m.
maybe
love
he
you.
woke up and maybe he turned the bath on himself. Maybe he slipped and fell. I mean, I don't know. I'm
Right,
just
once
saying, like,
again, okay.
once again, like,
Yeah.
Tanina's maybe here has a significant upward inflection. This seems to indicate her uncertainty. She might truly not know the answer, or she's searching for an explanation. The officer isn't doing a great job with this question so far, because he's asking
Just
multiple
throw 'em
things at
on.
once and not letting
Is
her
the
answer
blanket on the
before
floor
moving
too?
forward.
Okay.
He should ask one question at a time and leave them more open-ended.
I'll just
Tanina seems to be throwing out a lot of
come fix
options
it.
here. This is similar to what we see when guilty individuals throw out a lot of alternatives for detectives to look at, to keep them searching in different areas and looking at people besides themselves. Anything to take the focus off of what actually happened. As well, typically we would expect to see Tanina be horrified and demanding answers to explain what happened to her nephew.
I don't know what happened because I didn't hear her and I didn't hear him.
Right.
And all I did was wake up and see him floating
Okay.
on top of everything. And, like,
Perhaps Tanina is being truthful here. Of course, one also has to consider that she might have been awoken by sounds of screaming and thrashing coming from the bathroom, and arose to see what was happening.
the floors are really slippery in there. So I
Mhm.
don't know if he might have just slipped and hurt himself. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know. I was just in a
Okay.
state of shock and I tried to get him out of the tub and resuscitate him.
Absolutely.
In actuality, Tanina had to be told by dispatch to take D'Angelo out of the tub.
And
What was your mom doing all this time when you were doing CPR?
I think she was just watching me and she was kind of pacing still. I think she was just in disbelief. I think she was just in another world. Like she didn't know what happened or what
Do you
went on.
remember asking her to help you with CPR?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her response was to that?
I don't think she could do it.
Okay.
I think she was just, it was something tragic, you know, like
Mhm.
she just couldn't bear to do it. Sometimes people aren't
Sure.
really strong enough. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, holy shit, I don't even know how I could even
Yeah.
get down and,
You did.
you know,
You managed to do it.
I managed
You
to
did
do
very
it.
well. By I listened to the tape.
Really?
Yeah, I listened to
Oh,
the 911 tape.
thank you.
Yeah.
It seems strange that Tanina would be apparently flattered by the detective's compliment that she did a good job administering CPR. Despite the alleged attempt to save D'Angelo's life, the little boy passed away. Yet she is happy to have received the praise.
For somebody who didn't know really CPR, the way you listened to the dispatch and what you did, sounded like you did everything you possibly could.
I tried so hard.
Yeah.
Iwu was able to obtain an exclusive interview with Tanina Borgia. 13 years later, Tanina's recollection of that morning looks a bit different, as does other changes and discrepancies in her story, which will come up later. We're using stills from our call with her because her internet connection was too unstable.
when I woke up, my mom had knocked on my door. It was 3 a.m. in the morning.
I woke up at 7.
And it's interesting because Eminem has a song. 3 a.m. in the morning, put my key in the door, bodies laying all over the floor. I don't remember how they got there, but I must have killed them. And I think it's a really interesting song because that happened to me at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I think he drowned like maybe an hour or so prior to
Prior to you.
waking up.
I don't know how that happened. I tried my hardest. I've never given CPR before. And they said I was ordering a pizza. And no, I was not ordering a pizza. And I did not find that funny. I did not find any of their comments funny because it was a really big
Good night,
struggle. I
Bubba.
had to get water
I
out
love
of
you.
his lungs and I had to breathe into his mouth. And I had to make sure, to tip him over.
Make sure
and
it's
I
on.
did this for 15 minutes.
Remember Tanina's comment
Yeah,
about the
I'll
Eminem
try to
song?
remember.
We'll come back to that in a bit.
But
Why didn't Mom
Right.
let the firemen in? Why did they have to bang on the
Good night,
door?
Bubby.
I don't know, maybe the door was locked.
It was locked.
Yeah, maybe it was locked. But
Why did it take her a while to answer that? Because you couldn't do anything. You were busy doing CPR. Why didn't she answer the door?
I think she was just pacing. I think in her mind she has racing thoughts.
Oh, okay.
She just has racing thoughts.
But the paramedics, I don't know if they were high, if they were on drugs, or what they were doing, because they went the wrong way. Why would you go the wrong way when you're directly across the street from me? But they went in the back entrance. And it took them 15 minutes to realize there's a front entrance.
Once again, it's difficult not to notice the difference in Tanina's accounts.
Just thoughts that keep on polluting her mind and
Okay.
convoluting it. And I think that she just doesn't know what's going on.
Has she ever said kind of strange things to you, like hearing voices or somebody telling them they're here to do something or, acting violently recently, anything like that?
There
That
hasn't
would
been
explain
any
it.
violent stuff, but I mean, she does have strange behavior. She cannot clean a house. She can't function to do daily things.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing where she's ever acted violently or hit anybody or hurt
Gotcha.
anybody. Things happen, everything can happen, especially.
There's an interesting pause here, like she was going to say something, but then repeats the idea that he slipped and fell. She seems stuck on that idea, and maybe even be pushing for it to be believed.
Somebody could slip and fall. You know what I mean? It
Sure,
could
it's possible.
happen. It is possible too. And she isn't in the right state of mind either.
Or would have gotten himself right up out of the bathroom.
Right, he would have gotten himself right up. So.
Because he was a normal 4-year-old child, right?
Right.
That wasn't anything special.
No, he was not a special. He was right on top of everything.
Gotcha.
He was very bright, very smart. I mean, could put my earphones together.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
gotcha. Yeah.
Snap it out and whoa, you need to be a mechanic. You
Right.
know?
Oh, yeah.
But very bright man,
Okay.
little man, and everything is gonna be good. In terms of, I'm just trying to keep it together.
No, I know it's hard.
In my life.
It's very hard.
I'm just.
You're gonna have a hard time because now you're gonna
Yeah.
go back to an empty apartment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard right
It's
now.
hard. If you have a friend or something that maybe can stay with you or just
Yeah.
family, I know you've got an older
Family.
sister or
Yeah.
a couple of them, so
Yeah.
gotcha. Can you think of anything else that I'm missing? Because once again, we don't know really what happened either, and I know you kind of slept through most of it.
Tanina does a lip compression here, and this is a particularly odd spot to have
Why
a
does she
negative
say
reaction. It could potentially indicate
everything
that
is
there's
gonna be
something the
good?
detective is missing, and she may have an idea about what it is.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. I don't know what happened. I didn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
But we'll find out more tomorrow because the medical examiner's going to take a look. But
Okay.
She will finally take off her gloves shortly after this point. This would be a good opportunity for the detective to get a closer look at her hands and see if there are any signs of injuries that could have resulted from a struggle. If he was afraid that asking to see her hands might have revealed his suspicion toward her, he could have said something like, "I like your nails," or "I like your ring." Tanina would have likely enjoyed the attention and shown him her nails or ring. However, he won't take advantage of this opportunity.
Isn't it a felony or something? No, you haven't been charged of anything. You didn't do anything. I mean, where's everything going to go? Okay, well, that's not going to happen. Is that what you want to happen? I mean, what do you want to do, Mom? I want to come home. Okay. I want you to come home, too. I want to come home. Just go on. I don't want none of this to happen.
In between their discussions about Terry's finances, finding an attorney, and what to do with the apartment, Terry gives little glimpses into the morning D'Angelo died.
And you're going to face prison charges. So you better figure out what's going on. What happened? I want to go home, Vicky. Mom, D'Angelo is dead. D'Angelo is dead, Mom. Dead. Why? Why is my nephew and your grandchild dead? Why? I don't know. He's dead, Mom.
It sounds like Vicky may be trying to shock her mom into saying something, but Terry seems markedly unwell mentally. She sounds confused and lost, which could be a trauma response or some significant mental health issue.
We went to the hospital and looked at D'Angelo dead today. Oh, my God. Dead. Why? Oh, my God. Oh, Amy must be so upset. She must be just crying. Crying. That's her baby. That's like taking one of us. What happened? Was Tonina involved with anything? No, not at all. He just woke up in the morning and he just happened to just fall into the bathtub. He drowned in the bathtub? He did drown in the bathtub. In a quarter-inch of water. D'Angelo drowned in a quarter-inch of water. The kid can swim across an ocean, but he drowned in a quarter-inch of water. How? I don't know. Did he hit his head? I don't know. I don't know what happened. He hit his head? I don't know. Vicky, I don't have any idea.
There's a clear discrepancy. Was there a quarter-inch of water, or was there enough water that he was floating in it? According to crime scene photos, the truth seems to be that there was just enough water that D'Angelo could have been found floating.
And you woke up to him like that? Mom, I'm out of my mind. I can't even cry. I can't scream. I can't sleep. I can't walk. I can't eat. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't stay here anymore. I don't. It's the worst place in the world. I was here for a week. Trust me. I know. I don't want you in here. You're my mother. You're Carrie Borgia. Oh, my God. What are you doing? I don't know. They're so terrible here. They're so mean and so terrible and everything. It's just awful in here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think it's a dream. I'm dreaming. And what did he say about me? He says you're the nicest lady in the world and you wouldn't hurt a fly. That's what he told me. Thank God there was Haiti going on, the earthquake of Haiti, because there's nothing in there about you. Thank God there was Haiti going on.
This is a particularly troubling comment. It shows how focused they are on themselves. While what has happened is horrible, it's hard to imagine not feeling any empathy for those in Haiti just because it's keeping your family out of the front pages.
But how is Amy? Amy is, I don't know, Mom. She's trying, Mom, let's just not talk about Amy, okay? Please. I'd rather not talk about Amy, okay? Amy's not mad. Amy's not upset. Amy is just coping, okay? Okay. So, just, you know what I'm saying? Let's not talk about Amy, okay? She's not raging. She's not mad. She's just coping, okay? And she loves you, okay?
Tonina also echoes this sentiment, gushing about what a wonderful mother Terry was.
And if you want to know about my mom was awesome. She was the coolest mom ever. Like on Valentine's Day, she would cut my peanut butter and jelly into a heart. You know, she was that kind of a mom. And she just would always do silly things to make her laugh. Like she would purposefully like mess up my clothes, like put smiley faces on my butt. So I would come home and tell her this funny story about these kids making fun of me because she just loved to laugh. And she was a total comedian and she was everything. She was a lawyer, an accountant. She did everything for our household. And she was such an integral part of our life. And she was an amazing woman. And it's sad it went down that that's the kind of person people think she is. But people think that of me too.
When Tonina returned to speak with investigators for a second time just a few days after the tragic incident, some intriguing new information presented itself during the course of the interview.
I want to ask you some questions because your interview the other day was quick and, you were rattled, which you still are today, but maybe we can get some more information.
Sure.
It seems to be a secret with some of your family members about your mom being on some depression medications or anything like that. Am I accurate with that? Some people seem not to know.
Tanina does another lip compression movement, which we've seen her do earlier. She doesn't appear to like that he's bringing this up.
Are you okay? I mean, Sandra, I haven't been okay for, that for a long time. It just things, I mean, but if you're still so stressed and you have these problems, why didn't you go back to where you were before and have them help you? And you do this with counselors and with people. This isn't counselors or people. This is jail. This ain't a great place. I know. This is terrible. And you're in the mental jacket. Come on, yeah, I know. They put me in the mental jacket. I don't want to live anymore.
Terry has a history of mental health issues that seem to develop around the time that she lost her husband of 32 years in 2005. She was diagnosed with depression. She was also hospitalized briefly in 2009, just 1 year before D'Angelo's death. Major depression can manifest itself in a variety of ways. Most surprising to many is the homicidal ideations and impulsivity that can present in individuals with depression. However, it's also incredibly rare for someone with depression to kill, and the rates of women with depression who kill are only 0.5 to 1%. As well, possibly killing her grandson likely indicates severe mental illness. And it's very unlikely that such severe mental illness could develop due to bereavement alone. It's likely that Terry had long-standing mental illness that was exacerbated by a major life stressor, such as the death of her husband 5 years prior. Despite all of this, her two oldest daughters, Vicky and Amelia, still trusted their mother with their children.
Some people seem to be doing some weird, like, my sister doesn't want me to be a part of my sister's funeral.
You mean your mom's funeral?
No, my nephew's funeral.
Or I'm sorry, your nephew's
No,
funeral.
that's okay. I mean, no, she doesn't want me to be a part of his funeral. She doesn't want me to come.
What?
Why wouldn't you want me to come to his funeral?
Normally, we point out declarative statements made with palms up and the contradiction in that movement. But here Tanina's got her palms down as if making a statement, but she's asking a question. This isn't the typical mismatch we encounter, and indicates that perhaps she actually does know why her sister doesn't want her there.
It seems like, I don't know, I don't know what to say, it seems like something got plotted. It seems like somebody was, doing something. It just seems weird that she doesn't want me to answer the phone to anybody. She doesn't want me to answer the door. She's taking care of everything. She's filling my sister with thoughts.
Who is?
My sister, Vicky. She's filling my sister Amy's head with thoughts that I'm involved into everything.
And Tonina has nothing to do with it. For real. For real. Swear to God. Swear to God. Swear to God. Poor Amy. Oh my God, Amy. That's the worst thing. Amy, her little voice and her face. And he looks like Bashar. He looks like Bashar so much. This is a nightmare, Mom. No, this is a nightmare.
And the thing is, it's already hard for me. It's already confusing for me. I woke up to a little boy in a bathtub.
Tanina doesn't refer to her nephew by name, but rather as a little boy.
I woke up, I gave him CPR. I don't know what happened. My sister's screaming at me. My sister Amy is screaming at me. For somebody to be telling her things, first of all, my sister is not an investigator, okay? She doesn't need to be telling anybody anything.
Despite what Tanina has just stated, it's only natural that her sister would be asking questions as a result of the horrific incident. Tanina should be asking questions as well.
She doesn't even need to be involved into it. I just feel like I'm endangerment. I just feel like I don't want to be around her. I think she's just playing secret, mind, weird games. I don't like that.
Tanina makes a pushing away gesture here, which matches up with her words. She's trying to distance herself verbally and non-verbally from her sister's behavior.
Well, first of all, you have to understand everybody's going to act a lot differently right now than they would 3 days ago.
Right, but why wouldn't you want me to come to the funeral?
Well, there's probably if you want to look at it from my point of view,
Mhm.
not even from a cop's point of view,
Right.
they're probably wondering
Mhm.
how a little boy could get drowned,
Mhm.
probably struggled,
Mhm.
and you didn't hear anything. Because I'm sure there had to have been some noise or a racket. And they're probably wondering about that. That's what I would think if I was them.
I swear, I woke up to him. I didn't hear a racket.
Well, I want to start right from when he came to the house until we're sitting here today.
Okay.
We'll take our time.
Mhm.
Is that coffee okay?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
All right. When did D'Angelo come to your house?
Was he found on Sunday or Monday?
Monday.
Monday. He came Saturday.
Is that a normal routine to come on that day, or did he just show up?
Usually they just show up. Sometimes it's D'Angelo. Sometimes it's
And is his brother?
yes.
Okay. How old?
2.
Okay. So they take turns coming over?
Yeah.
Do they ever come over at the same time? Spend the nights over together?
I feel like somebody's trying to think that I was sleepwalking.
Tanina completely fails to answer the detective's question and changes the focus of the conversation to a whole new topic. The detective had to have taken note of this.
Oh, no one said that. And
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm the one investigating it now, and I don't think that.
No, I just feel like I feel like, you know, sometimes your mind just rattles off into something else, and your mind starts to just think that, was I sleepwalking? You know what I mean? Was I?
I don't know. Were you?
This exchange that just occurred is intriguing. It seems that Tanina is looking to see if the detective would be open to believing that perhaps she was sleepwalking when the incident occurred. It would have been interesting to see what her response would have been had the detective responded to her question with, "It's possible, what do you think?"
No, I woke up in my bed, but somebody's like playing mind. Like, I feel like it's just mind tricks. You know what I mean? Like, my sister Vicky is just like asking me things that I just don't
Like what?
appreciate.
What did she ask you?
Why
She
is
asked me
she
if there were
being a
scratches on
victim?
me.
Well, because there's marks on your mom.
There is?
I documented them yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
In this case, it's likely okay that the police are disclosing that Terry has marks on her. The detective is not only letting Tanina know that they have evidence, but also testing to see her reaction.
You couldn't see them originally, but marks start to reappear as time goes on. If I hold your skin real tight right now, I might leave a red mark on your arm,
Mm-hmm.
and the bruise will come up a day or so later. You'll see the actual bruise.
For sure. I'm not sure that in the bathtub. I don't want to answer questions because I don't know really what happened. I just don't know what happened. Jen, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Let me see your arms, Mom. Why do you have bruises all over your neck?
They asked me that today. And they put all kinds of stuff on me, like I think it was like shit, you know, like they were doing some kind of testing.
Detectives photographed bruises and abrasions on Terry's arms and hands, which they believe to be proof of the struggle between her and D'Angelo.
You know what? I'm sorry, but there's some right here.
Like what?
There's like little scratches. And there was like a piece of shower curtain under my bed.
A piece of shower curtain under your bed.
Like, it wasn't torn off, it was like cut off.
This interview took a strange turn. Not only does she display some odd behaviors such as mouth covering and nose rubbing after the mention of the cut shower curtain under her bed, Tanina may be trying to paint herself as a victim here. This may be an attempt to try and distance herself from being viewed as a suspect. It seems like she's implying that someone was trying to frame her.
Is it still there?
Yeah.
We'll go back to your house, and I want to see that, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Now, these marks on your leg, explain them to me.
They're just like little... Maybe I'm just freaking out. I don't know. I just feel like, how do you feel? You woke up to your sister's nephew dead, and everybody thinks that you're a part of this. You know what I mean?
Well,
But I'm not a part of it.
I
and
haven't
This
had
woman
anybody
insane.
tell me that they think you're a part of it. I've talked to quite a few people last couple days. So if they're telling you something different, it's different than what I'm hearing, or else you're thinking it.
In addition to Tanina's odd interview, Vicky's jail visits with her mother during those first few critical days were also very interesting. It appears that Terry was preoccupied with thoughts of Tanina rather than her grandson or even her own well-being.
Oh, I have so many questions. How's Tornina doing? She's okay, Mom. But she's also in her own world. I know. Okay. And, you know, Tornina, I'm going to tell you straight out, I don't know so much about this girl, Mom. She's really in her own world, and she's really weird. And she tried, like, knocking down my door, and she tried beating me up and everything, Mom. Why? Because she doesn't want nobody to be around her. She's all upset, Vicky, please. I know. Let her go. I am. She's just a baby. She's only 25. You have to take care of her. That's the thing. You cannot. What would she do? She's home right now. There is nothing in there. Yeah, she's eating. She's fine. You're worried about that right now? You're worried about Tonina right now. No, I'm worried. I think you should worry about yourself, not Tonina eating. I don't think it matters right now. She's fine. She was straightening her hair today. She's perfectly fine, believe me. I mean, where will Tonina go? I'm so worried about her. She can't, you know, if you have a home, she'll have to come stay with you if there's anything that happens, you know that.
Any way of talking to my daughter, the little one?
We don't have facilities for that right now. But when you get transferred over to the Macomb County Jail, I'll probably be able to make phone calls from there.
Okay.
We're pretty much geared to house men here.
Okay.
That's kind of the way it's set up, so we don't have that ability right now. Which daughter did you want to talk to? You've got a couple.
Yeah, the little one, Tonina.
That's the one that you live with, right?
Because she's trying to be a dress designer, so that's why all the clothes and things are in there. But
Yeah, we saw the mannequin with the clothes and stuff on it. It looks like she had some clothes elsewhere. Looks like she's actually pretty good at it.
she's not good at it. She's really. I mean, she makes even after.
She can probably do evening gowns and formal dresses. That's kind of what it looked like.
No, she.
Does she do costumes too? Like there was some kind of
that's it,
feather
yeah.
stuff, and there's all kind of things.
Well, you know, I don't. I go. I mean, she's turned that woman into like a circus.
Yeah, it's
you
the
know,
age.
you know.
It's the age.
She puts those feathers up there, the big mask, and she
Yeah.
had her a mannequin she made into.
Looks like a Mardi Gras type
Well,
thing.
yeah, she's like a skeleton and that, but she put her cards, for the people inside.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of her.
Yeah, I would be too. She seems to be very successful and very talented. She's still going to school. It's harder than this economy. And a lot of times with that kind of job, you got to go to New York or California. It's hard in Michigan.
There was a book under my bed that I had to return to the library.
And what kind of book was it?
It's a Barbie
What is
book.
wrong with this girl?
What kind of book is it? Like clothing designs, or
It's just Barbies.
you read?
I want to probably work for Mattel.
Oh, shut up.
I designed some Barbie. I'm an artist.
Your nephew is dead. Nobody gives a fuck about. You're not a baby. You're 25 years old.
Quite different.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I guess that's the way to put it.
Why are they talking to her
Where'd you
like
go to
she's a
school?
10-year-old and she has dreams and she's incapable of handling
Like
herself?
an art school, or did you?
I went to IDT. Why is it really bad?
What?
Am I a really bad artist or something?
I don't know. I haven't seen your
Oh,
stuff. Do you have a degree in art?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's.
And you got it from ITT?
IDT, yeah. IDT.
When questioned in the early days after D'Angelo's death, Tanina often teetered back and forth between being suspicious of her mother and defending Terry's innocence. She also made strange interjections, often changing the subject.
Did she come in or did she just drop him off?
She just dropped him off.
And then he walked in by himself?
Mhm.
Did he have anything with him?
You know, my mom had this weird, like, not that time, not this time, but like last time, she just had a weird, like, scratch mark on her nose. It's just weird. Why would you have a scratch mark?
What do you mean last time?
Tanina goes completely off topic here, making it clear that she doesn't want to answer, but it's odd. Why wouldn't she want to talk about what he brought with him?
Like, when she was babysitting, like, a month ago, she just had a weird scratch mark, and I wonder where she got it from. And she wouldn't say.
What's he
I don't
talking
know. I'm
about?
sorry. Like, I just don't think my mom's a killer.
All right, well, let's go back.
Yeah.
All right. So he came over, and do you guys remember what you did on Saturday after he got over?
We just had a normal day. I was just sewing, and he was just watching me sew and talking to me sew, and we watched some movies. And
Okay, how about the next day, Sunday?
Sunday, we just kind of did the same routine. You know, he was kind of just, I think he was kind of creeped out a little bit with my mom. She was kind of pacing. She was kind of, you know, in another world, and he was just hanging out with me, and we were just, you know, watching movies. And
So Sunday, your mom started, you started noticing a change in your mom, or was there a change happening before that?
my mom has like some anxiety. She paces back and forth. She just has some issues. Usually when she takes her medication, she's normal.
What medication does she take regularly?
Some kind of Prozac or Zantac.
Xanax, you mean?
Yeah, Xanax.
We need to get your medicine. And they said that they were going to give you medicine when? They give me the medicine. I don't have it. I don't take anything. I'm anxiety. You know, I have the anxiety. Do you have it right now? No? They can't have those kind in here.
What do you take? I didn't look at somebody else
No,
handled that.
that's fine. They're really hard names. Resperdal, Cytofrim.
What kind of medicines are those?
They're just a sedative. It's just to calm me.
How long have you been on that stuff?
Actually just started really taking it like a month ago.
Is there a reason? Something going on?
No, I just I've been actually taking it for a year, but no, I just feel better. I feel more relaxed.
Now, Tanina's hand motions don't quite match up with her words. There seems to be a bit of a delay and a mismatch. She clearly has discomfort talking about her mental health issues. This could be related to the stigma associated with mental health issues, or could be something more. Risperdal is an antipsychotic used for schizophrenia and bipolar disorder typically. It can also be used to moderate aggression. Though it can have a sedative effect, it treats a far more significant concern than sleep. Citalopram or Celix is an SSRI depressant, not a sedative. It's unlikely that Tanina is being completely honest when, after being asked if there's a reason she's taking them, since Risperdal is for serious and typically chronic mental health concerns.
How long was it where you weren't feeling good that you decided you need to get on medicine?
I had a lot of issues working at, like, just, you know, I just feel like I had a lot of anxiety, and I don't know, I was at home, I was trying to start a business, and I just realized, you know what, like, it's time for me to take my medicine, and, you know, I stopped smoking. Like, I just, you know, I think you get an epiphany, like, maybe this will help me, and it really actually helped me.
Both Tanina and her mother take medications for their mental health. Tanina was hospitalized in a psychiatric unit just 2 months after her mother in 2009. Psychiatric hospitalizations occur if the person is a threat to themselves or others, or if they're displaying unusual or aggressive behaviors. The hospitalization allows for a safe place for the person to be monitored, be put on medication, and stabilized before they're discharged.
Yes, I have dealt with a lot of things. I have had a hard time getting a job. I have had a hard time living somewhere. People treat me terribly. And I'm an innocent person. I'm a good person. And with what I deal with is just absolutely unacceptable. And, you know, I have to deal a lot with mental health and I have to deal a lot with CPS. And I've dealt with things like going to a psychologist with my baby, and she asked me if I wanted to kill my baby, and I was like, no, and I was so insulted. And I've had people say, I'm like, I want a house with a basement. Oh, so you can chop bodies up? And I'm like, wow, what do people really think about me? I was given a hallucinogen without my knowledge, and it messed me up for years. I hallucinated. I had all these problems. I had to go to the mental hospital, but I didn't know I was on it.
What time would you usually get home at night?
Sometimes 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Would your mom be up when you got home waiting for you, or was she in bed?
She'd be sleeping.
Okay.
But there would be days where she wouldn't be sleeping. It just seems like my mom had a lot on her shoulders. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know why she did it.
Contrary to Tanina's claim that Terry would sometimes be asleep when she'd arrive home in the very early morning hours, their upstairs neighbors reported to police that they often heard arguing when Tanina arrived home from work. They told police that Tanina was disruptive and profane, and that they sometimes had to ask her to quiet down. In one instance, the neighbors heard Tanina screaming, banging, and slamming doors. The neighbor asked Tanina to please lower her voice, to which Tanina responded with, "You," and shouted to the man to suck her.
Well, let's keep going. Sunday, your mom's pacing around. Had she been doing this the previous days, or did it intensify?
There have been many mentions of Terry's pacing. This is a behavior typical of individuals with psychosis. However, this kind of agitation can also appear with people who have Alzheimer's.
Well, let's stay with Sunday. Your mom's pacing around. He's worried. He's a 4-year-old. He's a perceptive 4-year-old.
I just feel like everything's screwed up in life.
Well,
I'm sorry, like, my mom's in prison, like, my nephew's dead, like, I have an apartment where a little boy died in.
Once again, Tanina has failed to refer to D'Angelo by name. He's simply a little boy.
Once again,
the detective could have
she's
put some
worried about
pressure on
herself.
Tanina here by reminding her that he wasn't just a little boy, but was her nephew, D'Angelo, and he was murdered. Perhaps he could have even thrown in, "Maybe you did it," to see how she would have reacted.
And I always feel like he's with me.
Pardon me?
I just feel like he's with me, like his spirit.
Well, it is. He loved you. He loved Grandma. His spirit is with you. So you went to bed.
She's a classic narcissist.
What's the next thing you remember about going to bed?
Genuinely strong emotions usually take a moment to fade. They don't just switch off. However, it's important to note that some mood disorders can make certain individuals' emotions alter and change easily, which may explain this shift.
I just went to bed. I just was sound asleep.
How was your sleep?
I was just dreaming.
Do you remember what you're dreaming about? What?
Buying clothes, buying glasses.
Buying glasses?
Yeah. Buckets.
Buckets of what?
I don't know. It was like my high school reunion, and we were like in a roller coaster bucket, like just trying to like move from this square to that square, back to that.
Oh my god. Someone likes to talk about herself.
But you said you had a good sleep?
Yeah, I was out cold. I usually don't wake up till like 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, because you go to bed late.
Yeah, like I'm really out cold.
Were you out cold this night?
Yeah, but the weird part about it is that I woke up at 7:30. I never wake up at 7:30. I don't wake up till like 11 or 12, usually when I go to bed early.
This is an interesting slip-up. First, it's 3 a.m., then 3 p.m., now 11 a.m. or 12. There are a lot of discrepancies in her story.
I don't know, it's just weird.
Do you remember writing the original statement that you were tossing and turning?
Yeah, I woke up, I was tossing and turning, I didn't hear any screaming, I didn't hear anything.
So,
Not all night. No, not all night. I was out cold, I was dreaming. But like when I woke up, it was probably around 6 o'clock, and I was just probably just like, just rattling around, just trying to go back to sleep. Maybe it wasn't even 6, maybe it just was like 7 or something. Maybe it was 30 minutes prior. But I was out, and then I woke up and I was just tossing and turning, and then I just finally woke up.
so you're tossing and turning. You woke up around 7 or so. You don't know why, because you get up a lot later normally when you go to bed.
Mhm.
What's the next thing that you remembered?
I remember just going to my bathroom. I was just dreaming, and it was a good dream. It was just buying glasses and just,
Her palms being up during the statement here could be a sign of uncertainty for something that shouldn't be that difficult to recall, but could also be because she's talking about dreaming, which might baffle some people.
no, I was just dreaming. I'm sorry. It was just bizarre.
Well, you can't
but-
apologize for your dreams.
No, but it was just shopping in my dream. That was my dream. Like I was getting just shopping, and I woke up and I was just going to the bathroom, and Mom was like, Tonina. And
So you got up and you were going to the bathroom. Is there more than one bathroom?
yeah, there's 2.
So which bathroom were you going to?
My bathroom.
Do you have a bathroom in your room?
Mhm.
Or is it a bathroom that divides between the bedrooms, or just is
No,
it?
there's the bathroom in my room.
Okay, because I haven't been there yet.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so you were going into your bathroom. Did you
Should
go?
I be in there? Is it weird to
Where?
be in there in my apartment?
Well, everyone's different. I mean, I'd feel uncomfortable. I mean, not a good thing happened there.
No, I know, but it's like,
That's up to you. Do you have anywhere else to go?
no, that's the problem. I don't know where to go. And it's like, I don't want to bother anybody. And this is such a case, like, where,
Okay.
that's part of it right there.
Well, let's deal with that. We're getting on a good train here, and I want to just get your memory while I have it. When you were getting up to go to the bathroom, did you make it into your bathroom? Did you?
Yeah.
And when you went in there, what did you do?
I went to the bathroom, and she was like, Tonina, are you up? And I'm like, yeah.
Where
But she
was
was
she?
like perky. She was just like, Tonina, are you up?
This contradicts what Tanina said earlier when she described her mom to have been pacing the home and stressed out.
Where was she when she said that?
She was right outside my door.
Where was your mom at this point?
She was just pacing back and forth, like she really didn't know what she was doing.
Pacing where? In the living room, the kitchen, the hallway, her bedroom?
She was pacing in the kitchen.
Okay.
She was perky.
Yeah.
Does your mom wake up early or late normally?
Usually she wakes up early. I don't know. Sometimes she just paces outside the door. Like, sometimes I don't go to bed at 3, and I'll just see her pacing outside my door.
You keep the door open?
No, I keep it closed.
Well, how could you see her?
Because I opened the door, like I heard her rattling.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like you can hear somebody, their clothes going shh, 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 shh. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like footsteps, and I would open it, and she would just be standing out there, and it'd freak me out.
So she said, Tonina, are you up? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
And she was outside your bedroom?
Yeah. No, she was outside my bathroom door.
Okay, so
My bathroom's inside.
So she had to come into your bedroom.
Yeah. I just feel like, I'm sorry, I just feel like if I just would have woken up earlier, maybe I could have saved his life. You know what I'm saying? This is why I blame myself. This is why I blame myself. If I would have woken up and given him CPR an hour before, maybe I could have saved him. Maybe I could have got that water out. This is what I'm dealing with. Like, I just feel like,
Everyone's gonna feel some guilt. Everyone's gonna feel
Why?
guilt for taking them there.
why? Like, I thought he was coming back to life. Like, I was trying to pump it back in. Like, I thought he was coming back. I felt warmth. I just feel like
Well, let's
this
get
is the hardest thing. Like, I totally need counseling.
There's a long pause here, followed by deflection.
well, let's
This
get
is the hardest thing. Like, I totally need counseling. I totally
no. You're definitely a candidate.
need
You got
some.
somebody. You've got doctors that are prescribing you
Yeah,
medicine.
I'm definitely getting counseling. I'm definitely gonna go for.
So your mom comes in your bedroom and says, "Tonina, are you up?" What happened next?
It's really bad.
Well, it's okay. I'm the one doing this one right now. So
She told me what she did.
what did she say?
I don't know if I should even.
Well, your mom. Let me put it this way. Right now, your mom is going to get charged with murder.
Here, the detective probably should have just stayed quiet and let her say exactly what happened. This would lock her into a statement and give the police something to use. Notice the detective's body language. He's been fidgeting with his shirt, tie, and scratching his leg. He's very good at what he does, but his body language seems to indicate that he doesn't believe her and has had enough. The detective drops this bombshell because the medical examiner's report has come back. Though it was no surprise that D'Angelo's cause of death was drowning, there were some unusual findings. The 4-year-old had suffered several contusions around his neck and abrasions on his face. But the most significant were the compression-related injuries in his mouth. This suggested that D'Angelo's death was no accident, but that he had been forcefully held underwater. Years later, Tonina shared a theory about what she thinks may have happened.
There was a neighbor that had seen people, and I think she's seen somebody in her house, and they didn't want to listen to anything she had to say. And I think that was a really key part of the evidence, was that neighbor to say that something did happen.
It's worth noting that Tonina's suggestion cannot be corroborated with any witness testimony or obtained case reports. In fact, according to official records, Tonina and Terry were the only 2 people in the house at the time D'Angelo drowned.
Now let me explain that to you. Murder in Michigan is anywhere from something called involuntary manslaughter, where you unintentionally killed somebody, all the way to first-degree murder, where you planned it. And with each different stage of murder, there's different penalties. Now listen, but every single word that your mom says, I interviewed your mom for an hour and a half yesterday. Okay? Every single word that your mom says, just because we're police doesn't mean that I have to make sure your mom gets charged with first-degree murder. I need the charges to fit what your mom did, your mom's mental state. I needed everything.
The detective may sound a little out of bounds here by insinuating that he has the power to make things easier or harder on her mom. Yet it seems he's saying that he wants to have all the relevant facts and evidence so that any charges filed match the facts and evidence. In many ways, this is just good police work and is meant to establish the presence or absence of any elements of the crime, including mental state, premeditation, and so on. Essentially, by talking about the charges, he's saying that he thinks Terry did it, but he wants to hear why from Tonina.
D'Angelo's gone. We can't change that. But we still can change.
But how can you change?
Listen.
Like, people are blaming me.
I haven't. I'm sitting with you. I'm the detective. You need to only worry about me right now. Okay? Now listen. So as your mom's in jail, we need to determine, because of everything that she said and did, whether she needs to be in jail for the rest of her life or in jail for a little while and get some mental help and be able to relive her life. So everything that you tell me is absolutely 100% important, so I can put all the pieces of the puzzle together and get your mom taken care of. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I know.
So I can't have you say, I don't think I should tell you. Your mom already told me, but she's forgetting some things.
She was just disoriented. Like, she was just.
You said she told you what she did. Tell me what she said.
She just said D'Angelo's in the tub. And I went over to the tub and he was gone. D'Angelo's dead in the tub.
She said that? Okay, she said D'Angelo's in the tub.
Yeah.
And when she said that, what did you say?
I said, yeah, right. You're kidding. Like, what the are you talking about?
But if she would have just said D'Angelo's in the tub, couldn't she have just meant originally that he was taking a bath or something?
No, she said that D'Angelo's dead in the tub.
At the scene, when officers first arrived, Terry told them that after spending the night on the sofa with her grandson, she went to the hallway bathroom and drew a bath. She then picked up a sleeping D'Angelo, still in his pajamas, and placed him in the tub.
Then why would your mom say she picked him up and put him in the water?
She did put him in the water?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And if that weren't strange enough, what she said next was even more bizarre. After putting him in the water, Terry stated that she simply left him there and offered no further explanation of how he suddenly stopped breathing.
Who put him in there? My mom did. Where's your mom? She's right here. All right, ask how long she's been in there. For like an hour. All right.
I love D'Angelo. You know that. D'Angelo, he just doesn't talk. He has a high voice. Hi. You know, the little voice. Like a toy. He walks around like a little toy. I love D'Angelo, and I love all of the grandchildren. I don't understand this, what happened to him. I don't either. No, because I love him so very much. With all his family, they're all, Bashar must be out of his mind. Yeah, he's out of his mind. He looks just like him. But no one's putting any blame on you. We just want to know what happened. It just, all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but it just snapped. I don't know, something just, I don't know. What time? He woke up. He just woke up in the morning. He had his little rest.
And what time did he wake up?
About 7:30.
Okay, and what did he do after that?
He just was like, he just didn't even get up. He just getting laying there, you know what I mean? I don't know just what happened.
And was he awake when this happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And then you responded with what you just said. You kidding me, or
Right.
are you out of here? Whatever.
Right.
And then what did you do?
I just thought she was joking. Like, you're going to the bathroom. I mean, I just didn't believe it, and he was floating there.
All I can do is think about it 24 hours a day. Well, yeah, it's hours a day. That's all I think about. Little guy, I want him to come back.
He's not gonna come back.
He's not gonna come back. What about Amy? Was she alright?
No, Amy's not all right.
No.
But I'm trying to keep everything calm and not tell them what's going on too much. Just trying to keep her calm and her spirits lifted before my sister has a heart attack. What the hell?
So you walked over, or did she walk over with you?
I walked over, and she walked over with me, and she just started pacing. Like, she was just so out of it. She was so disoriented.
Earlier, her legs appeared restless, which could be an adaptive behavior to dispel some of her nervous energy, and she was also making very intense eye contact with the detective, perhaps trying to see if he was believing her.
And then you responded with what you just said. You kidding me, or
Right.
are you out of here? Whatever.
Right.
Now, as she talks about D'Angelo floating, she makes an eye-blocking gesture, suggesting, understandably, that she doesn't want to re-see that.
When you saw him floating, how was he positioned?
On his back.
Okay, he was on his back. Where was his head and feet in relation to the bathtub?
His head is this way. His feet were... Actually, his head was that way. His feet was this way.
Okay, was his head closer to the water spigot or on the opposite side of the water spigot where the water comes out?
His feet were on this side.
What side?
This side.
I don't know what that means, though.
The water spigot's this side.
And so his feet were that way by the water spigot, and his head was in the other end.
Yeah.
The detective is finally making some headway into the morning's events, and Tanina's strange comments continue to stack up.
And he was laying there. What did he have on?
He had on his plaid pants.
What about his shirt that he was wearing when he went to bed?
He had a Spider-Man shirt on.
It was still on? Okay.
No, actually, it was torn off. You know what? That's a good point. Like, my mom never cuts anything. My mom doesn't have... Like, she was so disoriented. Why would she cut up a shirt?
Was it cut or torn?
It was like cut. It was cut. A shower curtain was cut. Not like torn. It was like cut off and put under my bed.
How big of a piece of shower curtain?
Like this big.
Again, she's deflecting when asked details about her nephew's death. This
What
is
is
a way
she
to avoid
talking
answering the
about?
question the detective is asking.
Did she cut it out in a circle or cut it out in what shape is it?
Like a circle.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Where is it right now?
It's under my bed.
How did you find it?
I was looking for something.
What were you looking for?
Maybe jewelry, something. Maybe I was just looking for something under my bed.
All right, well, let's stick right now with you finding D'Angelo in the tub. He's floating with his feet.
Actually, you know what? There was a Barbie book under my bed.
Okay, well, let's get.
No, that's fine.
We'll get to that. I want to just keep on the train run.
Once again, Tanina tries to deflect and seems to be trying to set up a story that somebody else was involved. She mentions again the presence of the shower curtain under her bed, but then is vague when answering a simple question about how she found it. She hesitates when telling the detective why she was searching under her bed. It's a simple question to a very specific act, yet she can't answer it directly and then changes her answer. There are major red flags here, but we shouldn't be too surprised at this point, because Tanina has been hesitant and often vague in her responses all along. She's made most of her statements with her palms up, showing signs of uncertainty and with upward inflections. Very little time has passed since the incident, so these things should stand out in her mind.
His feet are closer to the water spigot and his head's over here. He's floating. His shirt is cut, you said.
Mhm.
How was it cut?
It was just like cut off and just cut like in strands. I don't know, it's just weird. Why would somebody just cut strands? Like, why would somebody just sit there and just cut a shirt? I'm sorry, I just think it's so strange.
Does your mom keep
What are you
scissors?
talking about?
My mom hates to cut.
You use scissors.
I use scissors.
Do you have a lot of pair of scissors in your house?
Yeah, I have tons of scissors.
Did you find any that were out of place?
No, I don't think so. I didn't even pay attention.
Tanina does an interesting lip compression before she says she has scissors. Her statements are all over the place. First, the strange comment that her mom hates to cut, followed by I don't think so and I didn't pay attention when talking about any scissors being out of place. It's like she's trying to create an alibi for her mom while also not casting too many suspicions on herself.
And she said he's in the tub.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I hate this girl.
Then what happened?
I called 911 and I tried to like give him CPR and I thought he was gonna make it. And he asked my mom to help me, but she was pacing. I just feel like I didn't do it right.
Do CPR, right?
Right.
Someone was going over the phone with you how to do it.
Right, but I just feel like I failed. Like,
The detective is trying to get her to mirror him, which she does briefly before leaning back. He seems to leave his hands on his face when he sees she's done the same, perhaps in an attempt to keep her connected to him.
but are you supposed to like just pound it like a ham?
A ham.
I don't know. Like, are you just supposed to pound it? Like, I mean, like, are you just supposed
No,
to
you're
like
supposed
bang
to.
on
You're
him?
supposed to make a significant movement on his chest or their chest, whoever's chest, to be able to get the blood flowing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a perfect way that they like people to do CPR, but even doing chest compressions sometimes can help people. So don't think you did it wrong.
Did I do it wrong?
I don't know if
I feel like maybe I just did it wrong and that's why it was bad. Maybe
No.
I feel like I'm blaming myself. I feel like I just woke up to this and everything just.
or he was past the point that CPR could help. We don't know how long he was
But I
in
feel
there.
like he was like that.
Like what?
Like when I was giving him CPR, he was like it was coming back.
How was he warm?
Yeah,
How
He
warm
was
was the
warm.
bath water?
it was cold.
The bath water was cold and he was warm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not believable that the bath water would be cold, but that D'Angelo would feel warm to the touch.
He rolled over. On his own? I think so, yeah. Okay, keep breathing. Keep pumping and breathing. Let me know if he's breathing. I think he's kind of, I don't know, he's not breathing yet. 14. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy, that's right. Talk to him. All right, give him some deep breaths. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Don't lose it now. You're working for him. Okay. Ambulance will be there very soon. Okay, I'm getting him back. Yes, you are. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, I heard him talk. You heard? Okay, keep doing it. Keep doing it. When he starts stopping, then he's back. I heard him kind of go like that. You heard him make some kind of noise? Yeah, I don't know if that's just the water. Any breath? We'll keep doing it, though.
Who got him out of the tub?
I did.
How did you carry him?
I carried him up. And I set him down.
On the floor next to the tub?
Maybe I didn't tilt his head right.
You can't think like that. Who called the police or 911?
I did.
And your mom wasn't doing anything?
No.
After the police arrived and EMS, they took over. Did you talk to your mom at all?
No, she was getting questioned.
And have you had a chance to talk to her at all?
No, I haven't.
So once the police and EMS arrived, you had no conversation with your mom about anything?
No.
The last thing she said to you was he's in the tub.
Mhm.
And when he was in the tub and you first saw him, did you say anything to her?
I told her to help me.
Okay. Did you ask what happened? How did he get in here? What's going on? Did you ask anything like that?
I don't remember. I think so. I think I was just concerned about getting his life back. I think I was just concerned. I just thought this was, I didn't know what to think. What do you do?
Is the shower curtain still in that bathroom?
Yeah.
Is it missing a piece? Well, the piece of shower curtain you found under your bed, where did that come from?
I don't know.
It's not from the shower curtain at your house?
No. I didn't find a missing piece. I can't find a cut-off piece,
Well, you said you found a cut-off piece under your bed.
but I can't find it on any shower curtain. Maybe I'll re-look.
Well, you only have one. How many shower curtains?
2.
Well, we'll go back together and look. Okay? Did you look at any of your scissors to see if there was any material from his shirt?
I looked in the bathtub, and I found a little fiber,
Okay.
but
Do any of your scissors have any of the...
I'll check that. I didn't look.
We'll go check.
Okay. I didn't check.
Tanina's palms are up as she makes big motions with her hands.
I'm going to ask you a horrific question.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it's possible that during your night or sleeping or dreaming that you got up and did anything to him?
No, I never sleepwalk.
First, she shakes her head yes while he's asking the question. Then she starts shaking her head no before she denies sleepwalking. Not denying that she did anything to him, just denying that she sleepwalks, which is odd, because you would expect her to adamantly deny everything. Despite Tanina's claim that she never sleepwalks, Vicky reported to police that Tanina confessed to sleepwalking and hallucinating during a car ride together.
I had people go, saying the worst stuff. I was sleepwalking. I was scared. I'm like, do I sleepwalk? I do not sleepwalk, by the way. But they were putting stuff in my head, and I've dealt with so much that is just so wrong, and I just want to get through it, and I just want to
This
have a
woman
normal
is
life.
so obsessed with
But I
herself.
want to ask my mom if I was up. I don't know.
She doesn't care anything
I was
about her
just dreaming I
nephew.
was
She doesn't
up
care about
there.
her mom.
know. That's
All
why
she
I'm
cares about
scared.
is herself.
It's embarrassing.
Well,
She
it's
thinks
not
that
your
she's
fault.
super interesting.
Yeah, but it's my mom.
But
That's
is
why
it-
I feel.
but
It's
it
my
isn't-
mom.
but it isn't
Like,
you.
It's my mom. But it's my mom.
Okay.
This would have been a good point for the detective to ask Tanina to explain this claim further. Also, it seems weird to feel an emotion like embarrassment, given the tragic situation.
We have like that bond.
You're
know what I mean?
embarrassed for your mom.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed for my mom. I hate that my mom's there. I hate that this happened. I
Well-
feel so embarrassed. I feel
Again, making it about her.
that's what it is. It's just I feel so. It's your mom. How do you deal with it?
I don't know.
A sweet little woman. You know what I mean?
Doesn't make sense to us. Why she would snap? She told me she snapped over money and shit like that. Doesn't make any sense.
Detectives tried to question Terry one more time while in jail. After initially being confused about whether or not the detective speaking to her was actually her lawyer, Terry said, "I did not plan this. It was an accident. I didn't plan it." She repeated this sentiment multiple times and followed it by stating, "I don't really remember what happened." Though it took some time and prompting from the detective, Terry eventually stated he didn't fight or anything, but that, "I don't remember what happened with D'Angelo in the bathroom. My mind is like, I don't feel like I remember everything that happened to him. It was like it just happened." However, Terry made the incriminating statement that she, quote, "did snap. I just had so much, so many pressures, having no money, no place, there's so many things." However, she didn't make an outright confession to drowning D'Angelo. Towards the end of the interview, in one of the few clear statements she made, Terry was adamant that no one killed him. Still, the vague claim that she snapped was further reinforced by the recorded conversations Terry was having with her daughter, Vicky.
I don't know what happened to him. I just snapped. I think it just was just too many things bothering me. Did you know he died? Did you know?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, you did know. I know he died. And Tonina tried to resuscitate him? And was he coming back?
No.
No. No. So he had been dead in the water for a while? No. Maybe like 2 minutes. And how did he get in there? I don't know. You snapped? You just snapped? You just snapped? This is a nightmare. What the? Oh my God. I mean, things happen and people screw up and drink and drive and do things like that, but not this. I love you. You're my mother. I will always love you and always be there for you. I love you with all my heart. Thank you. I do love you. Always know I will be there for you, no matter what. I love you. You will always be my mother. I'd never hate you or nothing. I always will love you. And I will help you with the best I can. I need you to stay strong. I know you do, and the kids love you too. I love the kids. Nobody does it when they find us out.
They're
The
not
whole
gonna-
world will not like me.
Okay. Well, that's not. No. The world knows who you are. You're a good mother. You're a good person. Okay? I wouldn't be sitting here right now if I didn't love you.
Thank you. What happened? I never understood it.
At one point during her interview, Terry claimed that she had too many pressures, including financial issues.
Was it that bad financially for her?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. My mom did weird, but
Like what?
I don't know. She would shut off the vents. I don't know.
Shut off the what?
She shut off the vent to my room. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
I'm trying to worry about getting dressed, but I can't afford the clothes to walk to get somewhere I would go because the clothes cost so much money for everything to get them on, the boots, the clothes, you know that. And
No,
to get,
that's not how you.
and I
There's a will and a way.
there's a
Okay, today my blinker fell off my car.
Right.
Okay, well I'm not crazy about it.
No, but I can't.
I
If you want to go get food, you want to go get this, you got to go pay that, you got to do this. It's like you can't get what you got to do to get done. It's very, very
But
difficult.
you have a Mustang sitting there, and you're not supposed to be really driving around.
Right.
Okay, you're not like the best driver in the world, but
Oh,
you
I
had
know.
Tonina's Mustang in the
know,
morning.
right.
She wasn't even working. You could have went and got a job. We told you that. What are you doing? Well, right. But, I mean, come on, Mom. What happened? D'Angelo's dead. Mom, the baby
what happened to him, I just snapped. I think it just was just too many things bothering me. Did you know what the consequences would be? No, you didn't. That's why we do the things we do, right? Because we don't know the consequences. Right. Like a drinking and driving. If you drink, you might get pulled over. What happens? You go to jail. But you take that chance. You know? You kill somebody, you go to jail. I mean, there's a big problem here. Very big nightmare right now. And I don't even know where to start.
I don't know what to do. I think I'm so
Family is so detached
I don't
from
want to be
this poor
with somebody
child.
who's gonna sit there and sit here and just I don't
They're all like worried about the mother
Which
and
sister?
this girl,
Chaldean people.
this lunatic. Even though she's not even the one that killed him, she's still fucking crazy.
I haven't heard anybody do that yet. Has
What is
anybody
wrong
said
with
that to you,
her?
or are you just feeling that?
No, they have said it.
Like,
They
this girl
blame
needs
you.
to shut up.
Why? What did they say?
She
Why?
loves being the center of attention, and her mom made it that way.
Well, I'll make some calls today for you and try and get this straightened out, okay?
I just need a place to go.
Why don't we call your friend?
Oh, shut.
This is a smart move on the part of the detective. Calling Tanina's friend for her is a good way to gain Tanina's support. It would be wise to set
Someone
up
needs to
another
scream at
interview
this
with
girl.
her.
This girl has
It
never,
seems she
ever
likely
had any
knows more about
consequences
what
a
really
day in her
happened to
life.
D'Angelo.
No one has ever
want me
told
to
her to
talk to
shut
her?
up.
That's fine.
You got her phone?
I don't want her to be involved. I don't want anybody to be involved.
During her interrogation, Tanina makes a few references to her family, believing she may be involved. It seems she was correct, as Tanina's sister Vicky later came to the police station to make a statement after she picked up Tanina from a psychological evaluation.
Oh, shit. She had just been taken out of a psychiatric center. Told her she sleepwalks and stabs people in her sleep and has out-of-body experiences.
Vicky alleged that Tanina told her she was a, quote, killer in her sleep, that she stabs people in her sleep, and that she was acting out of body.
No, I never sleepwalk.
Though Vicky wrote in her statement that Tanina told her she was the killer of D'Angelo Tobia, there's no evidence to support this allegation. Later, Tanina stated she was not on her medication at the time she made the comments to her sister, and that she had been experiencing a psychotic break. To make matters even more confusing, though, you'll recall that Tanina told the detective during her interrogation that she was taking medication. So it's hard to know which is the truth, whether she was on medication or off. Either way, it's not uncommon for people with bipolar or other mood disorders to be inconsistent with medication. So technically, she may have been on her medication at one point and recently come off. Tanina has also since made inflammatory accusations about the medical staff that tended to D'Angelo. Though case reports indicate that Tanina was escorted to the hospital by police and arrived only in time to hear that D'Angelo hadn't made it, she's asserted that hospital staff wanted him to die, did nothing, and neglected to put him into a drowning unit, which doesn't exist. She also maintains that she was there at his side as he passed.
And I held his hand in the hospital, and that's when he turned blue, and that's when he died. That's when he died.
But there's no evidence to suggest that Tanina was with D'Angelo after he was removed from the home.
I'll tell you what.
My best friend.
Who? She is?
No, she was my best friend, but that little kid was my best friend.
If I were you, I would call one of your doctors today who gives you that and get a recommendation to get in to see somebody.
It's just hard to lose a nephew.
I know. I will meet you up in front. I'll come in and let you know what car, and then we'll just follow you over to your house, okay?
Is my place really that different?
What do you mean?
I don't know, is it different?
Different.
You said my house was different, my apartment.
Well, you're gonna be in there thinking about stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be different.
No, like it's different. The scheme.
The scheme.
Yeah.
She doesn't actually care about staying there. She was
I don't
just
know
trying to
what you mean by
deflect
Paint.
when she brought that up.
Like the decoration.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you said it was different.
No, other people have described it as that.
Oh no, is it bad?
Oh my god. You are not
This
that
odd
interesting,
tangent
I
likely left
promise.
detectives with more questions than answers, and one has to imagine that the major inconsistencies between her two interviews also left
She's
them unsure of
insufferable.
the truth. Among her contradictory statements were her claims about sleepwalking, along with various times that she believed she woke up the morning D'Angelo drowned.
When I woke up, my mom had knocked on my door. It was 3 a.m. in the morning.
I woke up at 7.
That happened to me at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I think he drowned like maybe an hour or so prior
Prior
to
to you.
waking up.
The 911 call was made at 7:14 a.m., which better aligns with her waking up at 7 a.m. and not an hour prior as stated in her second interview. But neither can be proven.
You know, in 2009, I was kind of like a supermodel. And I think a lot of people were really kind of jealous of my success. And I think people were really trying to hurt me. And I think they just wanted to do something to really hurt me. And when I read things like they want to be a vigilante and they want to come after me and they got some, motive to do it, I really feel like, yeah, somebody was trying to really hurt me. And they were trying to hurt my family.
Oh
And
my
I think
god.
jealousy is really gross and ugly, but I can't tell you I have seen it.
Holy
And it has
moly.
it has really hurt me.
This
I mean, I
woman
would
is a
go to
straight up
Starbucks and these girls would be like, "You
narcissist.
smell and you have stretch marks." And I'm like, "Why? Why are you talking because I'm pretty? You want to hurt me?" And I've just dealt a lot with people really trying to put me
She's a
down
narcissist and a
hurt my
victim.
feelings. And I'm
Hardcore.
tired of feeling like garbage. I'm not garbage. I'm a good person.
I
I'm
promise
worth
you,
it.
nobody
Terry
is
was
jealous of
officially
you.
charged with first-degree felony
You
murder in
are
the drowning death of
wild.
her grandson, D'Angelo. Everything came to a head when the case went to court. The 911 call itself was also a major point of contention for both the prosecution and defense teams.
It's blue? Yeah. All right. You know where his heart is in the middle of his chest? Yeah. All right, take your two hands.
That's crazy.
A little bit above it and just push
That
on
girl
his
is a
chest
piece of work.
in the middle as much as you can, okay? Do about 10 times and then breathe into him again. I need you to stay calm. Stay calm. No, what's this? Okay. Is there two people there? Yeah. All right, I want two people, and one to do the chest compressions and the other one to breathe for him. Mom, can you come here? Can you breathe in his mouth? Huh? Breathe in his mouth. No, breathe in his mouth. Is somebody there yet? No, not yet. Okay, I thought I heard a voice. Oh, it's my mom. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The prosecution used the call to stress Terry's refusal to help Tanina with CPR, even after being instructed to do so. The defense, on the other hand, used the call against Tanina to demonstrate that her initial behavior on the call was matter-of-fact, and that she seemed uncaring. The defense
she was
claimed
totally
that she didn't become
detached.
hysterical until dispatch started asking her questions, hoping this would prove that she wasn't quite as distraught as she'd led them to believe.
I was insulted with my 911 call. They made fun of the fact that I didn't get him out of the tub first, and I apologize about that, but I was in total shock, and I didn't know what to do. It was the most shocking thing. I've never had anything ever happen to me like that.
Yeah, it happened to
So,
you.
you know,
This
I
little
mean,
boy's death
I just want to
happened
let
to
the
you.
truth be told.
2012. All three were declared mistrial.
She's like in another world. I think that's the whole thing too. She's like in a sewing room, like a.
Nobody cares. I am so tired. I don't care about her
Terry
at
was
all.
put on trial 3 separate times between 2010 and 2012. All 3 were declared mistrials. The first for inadmissible statements made in court. The second because the only witness, Tanina, was unavailable for testimony. The reason that she was suddenly unavailable for testimony was because she'd been arrested for indecent exposure and assault on a police officer. However, it's quite odd for a witness to be unavailable due to incarceration. Unavailable is a specific term in relation to witness testimony and relates to rules of criminal procedure. Witnesses are usually unavailable due to death, inability to be located, inability to recollect events, or an outright refusal to testify. The third trial was declared a mistrial due to a jury deadlock. In early 2013, however, Terry was brought back to trial for the fourth and final time. Tanina didn't testify in her mother's fourth trial, but her previous testimony for the prosecution was permitted, in which she told the court that her mother admitted to her that morning that
Oh my
she'd
God,
killed
look at these
D'Angelo.
gestures.
While
She's
both
so
legal teams never
theatrical.
disputed that D'Angelo had been murdered, the defense was adamant that Terry was desperate to cover for her daughter and believed that her behavior, her claim to having snapped, phone calls, and refusal to testify were all to protect Tanina. The prosecution maintained that there was no evidence to support this theory. Yet on March 11, 2013, 2 years after D'Angelo's death, Terry Rita Borgia was found guilty of felony murder.
What is
She
she?
was sentenced to life in prison, where she died from cancer in May of 2018.
I really think the sentence that they gave her was so harsh. I
Yeah,
blame.
yeah.
I did have old, so I've been
Oh, the rest of the
locked up.
video is
I
just her
don't know.
talking about. Okay. Oh, people think that she did it. Her mom covered for her. Seems very plausible. This is unbearable. Oh, yeah.
when it was, and she never fought. She never did. And next thing you know, she's dead. And I'm like, huh, well, this is great. And I guess, I don't know, I got scared or nervous or I don't know. It was juicy. It didn't taste like blood, though. I mean, but it tasted like a charboard piece of steak.
You really wasn't sure why she was dead? Why didn't you call somebody to come up there and check on her?
Because something else was in control.
When detectives in Coffee County, Tennessee were called out to a remote property late one summer evening to respond to a peculiar claim, they had no idea what they would soon uncover would reveal a horrific and gruesome crime. In a chilling turn of events, detectives were left to puzzle out not only if someone had committed the crime, but if they'd resorted to cannibalism following a bizarre accident, or if in fact the stomach-churning act had been the fulfillment of a fantasy and an unhealthy obsession with serial killers. On the evening of June 8, 2014, Jason Walker was walking across the yard of his rural Tennessee home when he heard a voice call his name from somewhere in the yard. Jason turned, slightly impatient. It was 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon, and he was eager to get on with his preparations for the upcoming week. Looking to the adjacent yard, he saw his 37-year-old neighbor, Gregory Scott Hale, standing at the fence and motioning for him to come closer. Jason sighs inwardly but approaches the short chain-link fence separating them anyway, having no idea that the conversation he was about to have would be one of the most horrifying of his life. "Where's your backhoe?" Scott says by way of greeting. Jason replies that it isn't there, and he won't have it back for a few days. Scott appears somewhat irritated by Jason's response, prompting him to ask why Scott is suddenly so interested in his backhoe. Scott, in response, makes a tasteless and gruesome joke about needing it to hide the evidence. Jason, nonplussed, stares at him in silence, prompting Scott to continue by pointing to the two 5-gallon buckets sitting just a few feet away, near Scott's burn pit. He explains that he tried burning everything in the burn pit, but it hadn't worked, so he figures he should just bury it all as fast as possible. Jason listens to this reasoning for the use of his backhoe before growing tired of his weird neighbor's stupid joke, and abruptly telling Scott he needs to go and that he'll talk to him later. 3 hours later at 9:30 p.m., Sheriff's Corporal Brad Roberts is sitting at the front desk of the Coffee County Sheriff's Department when a man approaches, tense and anxious to speak with someone immediately. Corporal Roberts tells him to come back first thing tomorrow morning, but the man is insistent. It's Jason Walker, and he needs the police to listen to the joke his neighbor has just told him, because the longer he's thought about it, the less it started feeling like a joke. At first, the corporal is skeptical, as it sounds ridiculous. Violent crime is almost unheard of in tiny Coffee County. But Jason is so adamant, so sure, that the deputy starts getting a sick feeling as well. He radios for 2 more officers, Deputy Rainey and Criminal Investigator Dendy, to accompany Jason back to his home to check out the story. Upon arriving at Jason's property, investigators made sure to come in through the back, driving without headlights so as not to alert anyone in the Scott household. Jason and the 2 officers walked through the darkness, shining their flashlights through the chain-link fence to illuminate the 2 5-gallon buckets, their bright white plastic almost glowing in the dim light. C.I. Dendy picks up a garden hoe lying in Jason's grass and uses it to reach over the fence and snag the handle of the closest bucket, lifting it over to their side. Grasping the lid, he peels it off to reveal the ghastly contents, causing all 3 men to reel back in horror. It's a woman's severed head and hand. 3 days earlier, on July 6th, CCTV footage at Oak Liquor shows a woman entering the store at around 3:30, striding in confidently and heading to the back of the store before stopping and looking around hesitantly. This is Lisa Marie Hyder, and unbeknownst to everyone in the store, this is her last day alive. She scans the back shelves, curling her long auburn ponytail around her fingers and adjusting her large black sunglasses before walking up to the man who has just passed her in the aisle. She isn't from here. She's only traveled up from where she lives in Dunlap, Tennessee to spend time with her ex-husband and 2 young children, the youngest of which is only a year old. Just before entering the store, Lisa had been on the phone with her ex-husband, trying to get a ride from where she was to the house, but he was unloading a truck in Huntsville and couldn't get to her until he was finished. Lisa was stuck where she was, and she needed a ride, which is why police suspect she approached the man in the liquor store. As for why she chose the liquor store, according to her ex-husband, Lisa had been allegedly struggling recently with alcoholism, which is why they'd split up a few months earlier. Though she had struggled with a dependency to alcohol before, a recent devastating piece of news had kicked her problems into overdrive. Lisa had been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and had only been given 6 months to live. Lisa was reportedly beyond devastated by the news, drinking to cope and apparently end her life faster, spiraling emotionally and behaving more recklessly than she usually did. As she's talking to both the man and the cashier, she adjusts her sunglasses and for a brief moment, a black right eye is visible. How she received this particular injury is still unknown, but it would pale in comparison to the injuries she would receive later that night, because the man she's speaking to and will eventually exit the liquor store with is Gregory Scott Hale. Back in Jason's yard, C.I. Dendy and Deputy Rainey are radioing for backup, ordering for crime scene units to be deployed immediately and for search warrants to be written. As backup arrives, they head into the Scott residence to place Gregory Scott Hale under arrest, finding him sleeping on a couch in one of the filthy garages. Given what they've just discovered in the white buckets, the detectives were no doubt disturbed by the items Scott has decided to use to decorate this space. These items were later discovered to be old Halloween props from a haunted attraction Scott had worked the previous year. Scott makes no attempt to resist, and when initially confronted, admits to being the one who killed the woman and had placed her limbs and head in the 2 buckets, and had buried the rest of her in the burn pit nearby. Police take him in, and the following audio is the never-before-heard interview from that night. It has been analyzed by a licensed professional counselor.
Scott, you were talking to James out there at your house a minute ago, and he advised you of your rights. Okay, I'm Chad Parton. I don't know if you remember me or not. I worked with your mom up here for many, many years.
Chad Parton working with Scott's mother would almost certainly imply she'd worked as a member of law enforcement. But while Scott's mother, father, and son all being mere feet away asleep in the house while Scott committed this murder, none of their statements or information have ever been released.
Anyway, I'm going to go over your rights again this time since we're up here in the office, okay? If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk with a lawyer, okay? This isn't a mission, and it's just that we advised you of your rights, okay? It's right there, Scott.
Unless it's over.
Well, I know you was getting into some details there, but you kind of skipped ahead pretty good bit. How'd you meet this girl?
She came up to me at the liquor store and said, can I go home with you?
Here in town?
Yeah, at Oak.
What day was this?
Friday.
Is this the girl that you brought in to the house? I mean, your mom and dad saw her? Okay.
The home detectives are referring to would be that of Scott's mother and father, as 37-year-old Scott had lost his job sometime prior and moved himself and his 14-year-old son into his parents' house. According to a narcissistic narrative spun by Scott, which he repeatedly mentions and embellishes throughout the interview, Lisa had apparently immediately found him so attractive that day. She immediately begged him to take her to his home and had decided she wanted to live with him in his mom's house before they had even left the liquor store. Then, once reaching the house and sitting in the grimy garage where Scott kept all of his Halloween decorations, she apparently couldn't keep her clothes on, and Scott had to repeatedly ask her to put her shirt back on because his parents might return from picking up his son at any minute. Considering Lisa was only in Manchester that day to meet with her children, whom, according to those who knew her, she adored more than life itself, it seems far more likely she simply asked Scott for a ride, and the rest of this story is a fabrication, though it's likely we'll never know for sure.
Made what I was drinking on, and she got her a pint of 100 proof vodka, and You know, you can come hang out with me. And then she got in her head that she could just move in, and Mom ain't gonna let that happen, you know. We did have, it was consensual, and she wanted to be choked, and you know, us being drunk, and
Was this Friday night or was this
Friday night, it got carried away, and I guess I strangled her and
Where was y'all at when this happened?
in my garage.
Was you using a rope or
Hands in a shirt. The shirt's in the garbage can in the garage.
At this point in the interview, Scott once again begins boasting about how into him Lisa was, describing in explicit detail how much she wanted him, how turned on she was by his tattoos, not once mentioning his thoughts or feelings concerning her. It's unclear why Scott is so desperate to convince the detectives that Lisa was interested in him that he's making up unconvincing details. He may be trying to make sure he isn't on the hook for assault, or it's just the narcissistic side of his personality coming through. Either way, detectives just keep trying their best to keep him on track.
So you just show me how you done that. You just.
And then I got off, I guess, and she didn't. She's like, keep choking me, and I kept on. I put a shirt around her neck and tightened it up. And, you know, she's supposed to have, you know, when it was, you know, and she never fought. She never did. And next thing you know, she's dead. And I'm like, well, this is great. And I guess, I don't know, I got scared or nervous or I don't know.
Scott's account of strangulation is interesting because according to the autopsy, the soft tissue of the neck above the fourth cervical vertebrae are examined. No soft tissue hemorrhage is seen. The hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage are intact. No contusions of the neck are seen. While the autopsy does conclusively rule that Lisa's death was caused by homicidal violence, no single cause is listed. There were no drugs other than alcohol in her system, and her lungs showed no evidence of smoke inhalation. So exactly how Scott ended her life or why he would feel the need to lie about the exact manner of her death is unknown.
What happened after that, Scott? I mean, you realized that she had passed. Did you try to give her CPR or anything? Did you try to resuscitate her or anything?
No, I don't know how to do CPR.
Okay.
You know, I smacked her on the face a few times and
no response.
You know, I opened up her eyes and her eyes were not all the way shut.
Yeah.
I pulled up her eyelid and covered, you know, and moved it. Her pupils didn't dilate or move or nothing. I've been wanting to go into a psychiatric hospital because I've already been having urges. Man, they've just been getting greater and greater, and I don't know if it's what, but I guess before I could get to one. So I've been watching a lot of serial killer stuff. I don't know if that was getting in my head. I've been having some crazy things happening at the house, like as far as unexplainable, supernatural, whatever. I suffer from sleep paralysis, not sleep apnea, but paralysis. I'll come to, I'm completely paralyzed and I can't move.
Despite Scott's best efforts to make himself seem troubled or possibly insane, what he's describing isn't a disorder, as it happens to people fairly regularly.
But you're conscious.
Yeah, and not this last time it happened, but time before. Because I looked it up on the internet, and I found out a lot of people that's claimed to be abducted by aliens suffer from it. I've also looked up, it was a demon. Man, you know, anybody who knows my reputation knows I'm into the dark stuff. This last time, not this last time, time before it happened, I come to, it was a deep paralysis. And I could hear something above me breathing, and something slid my fan. The way I was laying on the bed, something slid my fan all the way over, like where I look over laying down. The fan stayed running, and that's impossible. That cord's barely long enough to plug in where it was.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since then, I've had a headache constant. It's been about 2.5 months. And a beeping sound for about 2 weeks. I had an episode, give or take a week ago, and the beeping sound's back in my head. And it's just ever since then, it's just, my thoughts ain't been right.
Yeah.
How long have you been out of rehab?
This question, posed by Detective Cheryl, seemingly comes out of nowhere and isn't mentioned at any point in the interview before or after now. Since both of the detectives seem to know Scott from before this crime, it might just be prior knowledge.
I left it. I didn't even stay 24 hours because...
How long ago has it been when you went there?
About 2 Februaries ago.
You ain't used any meth in the past couple of months? Nothing like that?
Mm-mm.
No pills?
I took an Adderall
When did you take it?
maybe a week ago.
Pretty much all you've been doing is drinking, man.
Drinking, smoking weed. Might do Percocets, Nitros, but I don't take those to get high on them. I've abused my body so much, I hurt.
So once you realize that and she's there and you're like, okay, how long did you sit and think or?
Did you call anybody, tell your parents? Or?
Mm-mm.
So what happened from there?
I covered her up with a blanket on my love seat. You know, pondering what to do, which I should have just called y'all. But another part of me was wanting, you know, it was like, you done went this far, you know. And that's when I pulled her off the love seat and I put her underneath the boat. Kind of threw some stuff on top of her. So in case Mom or Dad walked out there and looked to see if she was there, you know, because, you know, I walked in and told Mom, I was like, well, she's gone. She got mad because I wouldn't stand up to you and about her staying here, and she just took off walking. I waited till they went to sleep, and I guess I just let my twisted side take over. I do have personality issues.
It's unknown what Scott's official diagnoses are, but given his potential parasitic lifestyle and the seeming lack of emotion here, it would be tempting to guess that he has a form of antisocial personality disorder. However, without knowing his full history, it's hard to be certain.
After they went to sleep, I pulled her out from underneath the boat, and I gazed on her for a minute. I laid down beside her and was just touching.
Mm-hmm. Was she still warm?
She was starting to lose it, and I forgot what the word is when the blood settles.
Rigor.
No, that's stiffening.
Pulling.
Yeah. And there's already, you know, splotches. And she was starting to get a little rigor mortis, but not too bad. Her arms, you know, they still kind of, when I drug her out, because I grabbed her by her ankles, and her arms still kind of, but her legs was a little stiff. In my head, I was thinking maybe she's just faking. There's still a part of me that was hoping.
Maybe she just passed out or something?
Yeah. There's another knife in the garage. It's about this long, gray blade. Got a machete handle with duct tape on it. And I've worked at a slaughterhouse for 6 years, so I know where to go to, you know, any deer hunter or anybody like that that's skinned, you know, you know how to feel the joints. And
This is an interesting justification he tries to make several times throughout the interview, trying to downplay his actions as a totally normal thing any deer hunter or slaughterhouse employee would be able to do, as though there are many people in these fields that would even think of doing something this horrendous. In reality, very few people, regardless of their profession or skill in butchering animals, would even know where to begin when faced with the task of applying their skills to the body of a fellow human being.
That was taking too long, but I started with her head. I cut her head off first.
Did you put any plastic or anything down, or you just did it right there on the floor?
No, that floor was covered with blood.
Did you move the carpet out of there? I think there's green carpet or...
And there's some blue carpet in there. I was going to pull it up, and my knife wasn't sharp enough.
The pocket knife I got off the...
To do what I was wanting to do quickly. So I got the axe, cut off her hands, or at least I busted the bone with the axe, and then I used the knife and I cut off her feet.
Bear in mind that up to this point, Scott has maintained that he had a woman die in his home accidentally, and panicking went about disposing of the body in the quickest way he knew how. This next part, however, reveals the true depth of his depravity, and is one of the most sickening and disgusting confessions we've ever heard.
And I was going to eat some of her, so I kind of cut off some of her, you know, rump and part of her backstrap.
Backstrap is a term used by hunters to describe the long strip of muscle that runs parallel to the animal's spine, and is a particularly prized cut of meat in big game for being the most tender and flavorful, because it isn't a muscle often used by four-legged animals. Because human beings are not four-legged game animals and therefore cannot be split into similar cuts of meat, there's no telling what muscles Scott actually tried hacking out of Lisa's body. But just the fact he thought of doing this at all and goes on to use these terms to describe her body shows how little regard he holds for her and the life he took. Detectives are understandably thrown by this.
So did you cut her backstrap out?
Part of it.
Did you keep any of it?
It's all in those buckets.
This is interesting because, according to the autopsy, only the lower arms, legs, hands, feet, and head were present in the buckets when collected by police. No back strap was found, though again, what exactly Scott is referring to is unknown. But his words flow too smoothly here compared to his other lies, so it seems that regardless of what he managed to actually do, he viewed Lisa as little more than an animal to be slaughtered. He went out of his way to cut out what he thought would be the tastiest portions of her.
The body's underneath the fire pit.
What about the legs? Are they in the buckets or in the fire pit?
Both.
You got a refrigerator or anything up there in your garage? Any pieces or anything moving in there?
No. Now I flipped her over, and I cut up her belly, and reached up and cut her heart out.
What'd you do with it?
I slung it.
Is it out in the yard somewhere?
Did you sling it straight from the garage or to the left?
No,
or
it's
to the other field?
like where those buckets are. There's a fence.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just, because Mom was coming out.
So you just sort of slung it across the driveway?
Yeah, she kept saying, but Mom and Dad, I was noticing them talking about what's Clyde keep smelling, what's Clyde keep smelling.
Clyde seems to be the family dog, though this isn't confirmed.
And this was Friday night?
And this was today. And I went and built a fire, and I tried to burn her remains, and I was going to bury the heads, or the head, and the other body parts.
So the pieces that you cut, the back strap and whatnot, you went ahead and burnt them, or are they in a bucket too?
They're in the buckets.
They're in the buckets. But you never did fry any of her up or cook any of her or nothing, or did you ever eat any of it?
Yeah.
You did? What part did you eat?
Piece of meat off the leg that while she was in the fire.
While it was cooking? How big a piece do you think it was? Okay, about the size of an egg.
Yeah.
Was it cooked up pretty good, or was it still semi-raw?
It was juicy. It didn't taste like blood, though. I mean, but it tasted like a charbroiled piece of steak.
Similarly to how Scott was trying to convince the detectives of Lisa's burning passion for him, he also seems to be trying to convince them that what he did wasn't despicable or utterly insane, because she just tasted like steak.
Well, let me ask you this. Before you cut her up, or any time during you cut her up, did you drink any of her blood, or did you have sex with her again?
No.
Okay. So basically what you done, you just got busy of trying to dispose of her. Did you take any other organs out? Just the heart? Okay.
If you really wasn't sure why she was dead, why didn't you call somebody to come up there and check on her?
Because something else is in control.
So in a way, you wanted her to be dead?
I don't know what was going on in my head.
It's curious that Scott keeps mentioning how he wasn't in control of his actions while at the same time providing excruciating detail on exactly what those actions were, and at times, exactly why he did them. It's possible that he may be trying to set up a half-hearted attempt at an insanity defense throughout the interview, but isn't really sure how to go about it.
Has she made you mad or anything at night?
Not really. She just irritated me a little bit.
It's clear that detectives are trying to find some possible motive for this murder and the horrific acts that swiftly followed, as it seems unlikely that it was simply an accident. As it turns out, the next part may reveal a bit of what Scott's true motivation might be.
I know me and you talked about this last time, but I talked to you after Tales. I can't remember if you was telling me that you was reading books about serial killers or if it was the movies you was telling me about.
Wasn't
you reading some books at one time?
I was just studying about them, just watching like biographies.
What's your favorite movie to watch as far as serial killers?
No, I was doing the biographies, the real stories. And I'd look up on the internet.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah. My favorite one is Richard Ramirez.
Ramirez, was he the one that
he was the Night Stalker.
Richard Ramirez, a.k.a. the Night Stalker, was an American serial killer who terrorized the Southern California region in the mid-'80s, killing at least 13 people and assaulting countless others. According to some articles on this case, Scott reportedly wrote on his Facebook page on the day of Ramirez's death, "R.I.P. Night Stalker, wish I could have met you." However, this couldn't be verified.
The Night Stalker, that's right. John Wayne Gacy, or...
I've read about Gacy. I mean, I got on a bad serial killer kick a few years back, and that's all I put on my Facebook was just videos, like, because I don't listen to exactly what you call mainstream music. And, I find videos of serial killers and, by different bands where they're playing and, this video footage of different killers. And I told her, I was like, I'm wanting to check into a psychiatric hospital. I'm just thinking about it too much.
This admission is very interesting, as it could suggest that Scott had in fact fantasized about committing the same types of depraved acts as the serial killers he had an admittedly unhealthy obsession with, which may explain why he was so quick to start destroying Lisa's body so soon after her supposedly accidental demise. Detectives seem to start thinking along the same lines, as their next few questions focus on the ideas presented by the idea Scott may have been acting out serial killer fantasies.
I guess things went sour before I could get to one. Moccasin Ben always kicks me out. I'll be there a day or 2 or 3.
You're fine, go home.
Yeah.
Is this the only person that you've ever hurt like that?
Yes.
You ever tried doing anything else? Dogs, cats?
Mm-mm. I'm an animal lover.
I thought you had a dog up there at one time.
Yeah. I mean, I worked in a slaughterhouse, but...
Where'd you work out? Champions?
I worked there on and off for 6 years.
For Charlie and them out there?
Mm-hmm. We had a bad falling out.
So, when you were having with her and she wanted you to start choking her out, what was your thoughts? What was going through your head then? You thinking, this is my opportunity, I'm just going to choke her out and live out one of my fantasies, or...
Pretty much.
Opportunity was a knocking, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know what's up? We was gonna go to a different damn liquor store too, and we was right there about to pull in. And she goes, "What?" She goes, "You can't go to Oak County. You owe that woman money." I was like, "No, I paid her off." So she just went around, went all the way to Oak Liquor instead of stopping at Westmead.
But maybe it was fate. Who knows?
This last statement seems to be Detective Parton taking a weak stab at one of the principles of the Reed technique, perhaps presenting an alternative theory to get Scott to admit to more details because the alternative makes the crime sound not that bad. It's at this point that the interview deviates from Lisa's cold-blooded murder and takes a rambling turn into Scott's personal life, starting with the other failed relationships with women he's had in the past and the misdemeanor charge for possession of drug paraphernalia that was still pending at the time of the murder, none of which, of course, were ever his fault. It's interesting to note that he blames the paraphernalia charge entirely on the woman he was seeing at the time, saying,
"Yeah, it's misdemeanor paraphernalia, and me and this girl hooked up on a blind date. She was from Winchester. I couldn't get her to leave. Somebody called the police or something and said that I was dealing drugs and all this, and I ain't no drug dealer. I'm a user."
This seems to be a running theme in Scott's life, that he never does anything wrong, the bad things that happen to him are never his fault, and that he's so irresistible to crazy women, they all immediately want to live with him. The detectives offer no comment on this, instead trying to steer Scott back to the matter of Lisa, and while Scott does answer their questions, it's now only between stories about himself, random details on his life, or any random thought that seems to cross his mind.
I'm gonna read on here about serial killers and stuff like that. Was you thinking about keeping any body parts at all?
It crossed my mind. And I thought about keeping her skull because I'm all the time messing with masks and Halloween decorations, stuff like that. And I was like,
For those of you keeping track, Scott is now referred to the victim as a slaughtered animal and is now comparing her to a Halloween decoration, further indicating how little regard he had for Lisa Hyder's life. Eventually, the exhausted detectives wrap up the nearly 3-hour interview by reading Scott's overwrought confession back to him, and he signs it. Gregory Scott Hale pleaded guilty to first-degree murder on January 15, 2015. And though on the surface this may seem as though he was finally taking responsibility for his actions, in recent years he claims he was charged and sentenced unjustly on the grounds of religious persecution, the religion in question implied to be Satanism. However, there's no concrete evidence that Gregory Scott Hale was a practicing theistic or atheistic Satanist, Or were there any signs of satanic literature, paraphernalia, or religious symbolism found anywhere near the crime scene? Aside from a crudely rendered Leviathan cross scribbled on a sheet of notebook paper on a dusty desk. Some point to one Leviathan cross as a sign that Scott was a practicing Satanist. However, on this same desk, in a place of equal prominence, there was a Star Trek fan collective Borg DVD. But few have pointed to this as evidence that he worshipped the Borg Queen. Scott never mentioned Satanism or any other alternative belief systems in his interview. While a handful of the news articles written after his arrest briefly bring up Satanism as a possible motive, it appears they're basing the assumption that Scott worshipped the devil on his love of metal music, the album covers of which adorn his Facebook page, and dark comedy. Scott also goes on to complain that all of the articles only include the bad things about him, allegedly writing, "Y'all only put up the bad. I've been told by a couple of people who really know me and who wrote positive things about me, or said positive things, and for some reason that never gets published. But people who don't really know me that speaks only diluted BS that is secondhand BS, and bad about me. Y'all want to smear that all over the paper." Regardless, the family of Lisa Marie Hyder can rest assured that the man who brutally murdered and dismembered this young mother of 6 will rot in prison for the rest of his life.
Intense. Okay. I'm gonna get off. That's enough true crime for one day. Thank you for everyone who stopped by and said hi. Goodbye.